Hello everyone! So, the new set is coming out, Outlaws of Junction, and today I'm going to review commons and uncommons for limited of this set. Before we begin, just a quick disclaimer. I haven't seen any of the cards, so it's gonna be a true first impression for me. Here you can see my grading system from 1 to 5. 5, it's a bomb. Well, we're probably not gonna see a lot of 5s here. It's more related to rares and mythics, but regardless, I have the same grading system for every card. Anyway, moving on. 4 is excellent. It's our first pick. 3.5 is also excellent, but the difference is that you would always pick this card if you're already in these colors. I mean, in the chosen ones. 3 is a good card. 2 and 2.5 is mediocre, it's okay, or it's a build around. 2 is a filler, and 1 is just a bad card. And hello there, hello. Right. Also, quickly, let's go and discuss new mechanics, shall we? So yeah, here you can all already see our first card, but anyway. So what do we have? We have let's say new name, which is Outlaw. So there are types of creatures that are now called outlaws. Those are assassins, mercenaries, pirates, rogues, and warlocks. Those are outlaws. And this is relevant to this set to know this. Then another new mechanic, committing a crime. Basically, it means that anything that targets an opponent, a spell or an ability, a permanent, like anything that targets, that says target, it means committing a crime. Then we have a new keyword, another one, which is spree. We will see that later. It means that you can choose one or several options. Mounts and saddle has to target an opponent. Well, yeah, you're correct. Yeah, that's true. Committing a crime means you have to target something that your opponent controls or an opponent themselves. All right, so mounts and saddle. Another new mechanic. So it's a sorcery speed mechanic. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly read through it. Saddle is an activated ability that you activate as sorcery, as I've already said. And by tapping any number of untapped creatures you control other than the mount with saddle with total power X or more, where X is the number included in the saddle keyword. We will see that later as well. Another keyword is plot, which is interesting. So you can cast a card for its plot cost, you exile it, and you can cast it next turn without paying it mana cost, so it's a sort of investment for your next turn. What else? Yeah, that's it. Not so many new mechanics, not so many new keywords, but you know, all of them are quite flavorful. Anyway, let's start with our signpost uncommons, as I always do. Oh, Larsifero, thank you so much for your subscription. Thank you. Okay. First one is Gem Lightfoot Sky Explorer. So for 4 mana to White and blue have legendary creature 3/3 with flying vigilance. At the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand, this turn draw a card. Okay, so as always, signpost uncommons hint about the archetype. So Azorius archetype. Probably, you know, it will do something with plotting, I assume. Just based on the ability of this creature. You know, I usually rate a signpost uncommons quite highly. I think like 3 to 3.5. I mean, for 4 mana, Flying Vigilance 3/3 is already good, and of course, in the right archetype, it's gonna be very relevant. You know, it's a pretty cool engine, so I think in the right deck, it's definitely gonna be 3.5. So, all right, hold on. Up here, signpost. Moving on. I'm just sorry for the fuss, but I'm also like, bear with me. Several things at once. Anyway, moving on to the next one. We have Wrangler of the Damned. Okay, another Azorius creature. Okay. So for 5 mana, 3 white and blue, creature with flash, 1/4. At the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, create a 2/2 white spirit creature token with flying. So again, same thing, right? For 5 mana, seems like a little bit maybe off. I mean, the stats, but at the same time, the ability is pretty cool. I think. I mean, in the red deck, it's definitely 3.5, right? I don't know. It's hard to tell, like, for 5 mana, though. Maybe it will require more work than the previous one, you know, just overall, so it's gonna be 3 for me. Hello, Zephyr. How are you? Okay. Next one, we have Intimidation Campaign. Moving on to Dimir colors. For 3 mana, 1 blue and black enchantment. When Intimidation Campaign enters the battlefield, each opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life, and you draw a card. Okay, already not bad, right? Whenever you commit a crime, you may return Intimidation Campaign to its owner's hand. Okay. So the card itself, it doesn't commit a crime. You don't target an opponent or anything that an opponent controls, but still, it's pretty cool. I think it could be something. So, all right. Now the theme of Dimir, I think, is committing a crime. I would say it's a 3. It could be something. For me, maybe like borderline 2.5, because like truly it's a build around, but being at a signpost uncommon, let's say it's 3. Okay. Next one is Laza Familiar Strangler. Again, for 3 mana, 1 blue and black. Legendary creature 1/4. Whenever you commit a crime, put a +1/+1 counter on Laza Familiar Strangler. Oh, sorry, Strangler. I said Strangler. I'm sorry, Laza Stranger. Then you may exile a card from a graveyard. If a creature card was exiled this way, you may have Laza become a copy of that card until end of turn. This ability triggers only once each turn. So, you can also do this thing on your opponent's turn, which is pretty cool too. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right. Listen, this is a very cool creature, right? And in the right deck, I quite like it. I mean, you put +1/+1 counter, sorry, regardless, and then just exiling is an interesting option. In limited, it could be quite dangerous late game. I would say it's 3.5. And I also like mana cost and the stats. Pretty defensive, but at the same time, you know, if you have enough effects with committing a crime, it's gonna be, you know, pretty solid, pretty fast. Okay. At Night Point, Ragdas. 3 mana, 1 black, and a red enchantment. As long as it's your turn, outlaws you control have first strike. Whenever you commit a crime, create a 1/1 red mercenary creature token with ability tap. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. And this ability triggers only once each turn. Okay. So, Ragdas is full of outlaws, I would assume. Okay. Another, you know, enchantment. We're seeing something similar in dimmer colors. You know, could be something. I can see I can see how it can be a very strong build around for sure. Like I don't really like that when you cast it. I mean, it doesn't do much, right? Like on its own, it requires work. And I mean, it's fine. I guess it's nice that your outlaws, not all of the creatures, by the way, have first strike. But still, like, yeah, it requires work. So again, I'm gonna say 3, but it looks more like a build around, like truly. But again, it's my first impression. I'm just, you know, trying to be more generous here, you know, because I don't know the speed of the format, and honestly, I haven't seen any of the cards. So. But it looks like a solid build around, let's say. But in the colors, I mean, maybe it's more relevant than I know. Vile Smasher, Gleeful Grenadier. For 2 mana, black and red, legendary creature, 3/2. Whenever another outlaw enters the battlefield under your control, Vile Smasher deals 1 damage to target opponent. That's a pretty cool to drop, you know? Lindor Gaming, thank you for a follow. Hello, hello. I mean, if you're already in these colors, I mean, of course, it's very aggressive to drop as is. And the ability is also pretty nice. The thing is that it doesn't deal damage when it enters the battlefield, so it only works on other outlaws that you have, but still, I think it's very solid. But again, maybe not 3.5, but definitely 3. But probably we can already tell that Ragdas is gonna be very aggressive. Oh, appreciate it, thank you. Yeah, I do it every time, and I don't watch spoilers, I don't see any of the cards beforehand, so what you now can absorb is like truly my first impressions. And yeah. Moving on to Gruul, Cactus Folk, Sure Shot. For 4 mana, 2 red and green, we have creature 4/4 with reach and ward 2. At the beginning of combat on your turn, other creatures you control with power 4 or greater gain trample and haste until end of turn. Okay, Gruul is yet again all about big creatures, yeah, with power 4 or greater. We've seen this ability before, but like, come on. For 4 mana, for 4 reach ward, and it does something. Already pretty cool, right? Again, it works only on other creatures, so it, but still. I also like the creature type, plant mercenary. How cool is that? Yeah, pretty cool, right? Very solid. I would say it's 3.5, you know, just on itself. It's a very solid card. Again, signpost, uncommon. Gruel stays true to itself. Good morning there, Chad. Okay. Jolene, plundering, pugilist. Did I pronounce it right? Anyway, 3 mana, 1 red and green legendary creature, 4/2. It's a mercenary, outlaw. Whenever you attack with 1 or more creatures with power 4 or greater, create a treasure token. Okay. So this ability actually works with this creature, so it's pretty cool. And an activated ability, 2 mana, 1 and 1 red, sacrifice a treasure. Jolene deals 1 damage to any target. Wow, this is awesome. This is like really cool. The stats are, well, you know, like you usually don't want to trade such a cool creature with some 2-drop, but still, you know, pretty aggressive. And if you need to ramp, you can do it with this creature. You don't need any additional work. I think it's really cool. I think it's, yeah, definitely 3.5. And then, like, you can also do something. If you don't need, like, ramping, you can utilize your treasures and just smash. That's pretty cool. Okay, Selesnya. Congregation Grief. For 3 mana, 1 green and white creature, 1/4. Flying lifelink. Here we have a creature type mount. So yeah, we're gonna see the new mechanic, saddle. So whenever Congregation Grief attacks while saddled, it gets +X until end of turn, where X is the number of mounts you control. And saddle, it's an ability on sorcery speed. You tap any number of other creatures you control with total power 3 in this case. And this way, yeah, this creature mount becomes saddled. Okay, what do you think? It's pretty aggressive, right? So Selesnya colors are gonna interact more with this mount saddle synergy. So I mean, already if it's saddled, it's gonna be like 2/5 if you don't have any other mounts. Am I right? Yeah, it looks pretty cool. Again, being it a signpost uncommon, probably 3.5. I like that it has lifelink. Maybe quite relevant. And I'm pretty sure you can draft a solid deck with a lot of mounts. So yeah. Miriam Herd Whisperer. For 2 mana, green and white, legendary creature, 3/2. As long as it's your turn, mounts and vehicles you control have hexproof. Whenever a mount or vehicle you control attacks, put a +1/+ counter on it. That's nice. That's really nice. I mean, again, it's a 2-drop. Another solid 2-drop, right? If you're in these colors. But, you know, you have to have synergy around it, right? Otherwise, it's just 3/2/4/2. But yeah, I quite like it. I would say it's a 3, you know, because I like the abilities. It just needs more work to open up the full potential of the card, I would say. Okay. Orzhov, Baron Bertram Greywater. For 4 mana, 2 white and black. Have legendary creature, Vampire Noble, 3/4. Whenever one or more tokens enter the battlefield under your control, create a 1/1 Black Vampire Rogue creature token with lifelink. This ability triggers only once each turn. And it also has an activated ability for 2 mana, 1 in black. Sacrifice another creature or artifact. Draw a card. Wow. I love it. This looks amazing. But it requires some work, right? So you need some synergy with tokens. I assume we'll see that later. I mean, for 4 mana, 3/4, I guess it's fine, you know, it's reasonable. I'm not mad at it. I like an activated ability a lot. I think it's pretty cool. And it creates tokens Outlaws, right? Rogues are also Outlaws, which may be relevant. Tokens have lifelink. I think, yeah, I quite like it, even though it requires some work. It looks to me very strong, to be honest. I like the abilities. Yeah, I'm discussing, yeah, so again, we're not discussing cards in terms of constructed, although we can, but my review is limited. It only concerns limited play, draft, sealed. So yeah, but you know, we can also discuss the impact on constructed as well. But in limited, it's definitely a very strong card. Next one, Ruthless Lawbringer for 3 mana, 1 white and black Vampire Assassin, 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice another creature. When you do, destroy target non-land permanent. Wow, this is amazing. I already love it. Okay, here comes this sacrifice. Again. And this said Orzhov is also on sacrifice, as it was in Lost Caverns of Ixalan, which is interesting. But yeah, I guess in these colors you would want to have a lot of expandable creatures or tokens or tokens, I don't know. But honestly, awesome. It's amazing, you know, it's a creature and a removal in one. I would say it's 3.5, like in the right deck. Like, come on. It's gonna be very good. And it's not legendary, so imagine if you pick up like a couple of those at least. Yeah, it looks very good. Next one, Crown Violent Cacophony. Yeah, sorry for my pronunciation. Anyway, for 2 mana, blue and red, we have legendary creature, zombie horror, 2/3 with flying. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Crown Violent Cacophony and draw a card. Okay, so casting second spells is back. So here is the payoff for this. In Izzet colors, again, it's gonna be all about spells, I assume. Alright, let's just discuss in general. For 4 mana we have Flyer, 2/3, which is not bad, you know, and like, honestly, it's a very, very cool payoff if you are able to cast to double spell, which I would assume is not that hard, to be honest. You just pick a bunch of cantrips, cheap creatures, whatnot. I think it's really cool. Yeah, you are correct. Blot as well, yes. Good point. Hello there, hello. Yeah, you are right. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the cards, but I've already read the mechanics, so yes, a very good point. Honestly, yeah, like I think 3.5, it's a very, very solid payoff. Also, you don't have to cast non-creature spells, right? You can cast any of the spells, which is easier. Moving on, Slick Sequence for 2 mana, blue and red instant. It deals 2 damage to any target. Okay, sign me up. If you've cast another spell this turn, draw a card. This is amazing. This is amazing. Okay, so Izet would also work with blotting, as Zephyr pointed out. Yeah, this is great. Honestly, if you're in these colors, I think you would want to pick up as many of those as possible. It's amazing. Okay, Golgari, Badlands Revival. For 5 mana, 3 black and green sorcery, return up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay, our standard 5 mana reanimation spell. Then return up to 1 target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. This is nice. Okay, this is like an upgrade, right? It's an upgrade. Okay, so are we gonna see this graveyard interaction in Golgari? Well, Golgari is all about that, right? I mean, honestly, I have a soft spot for this 5 mana reanimation spell, so I may be quite biased here, but I like it, you know? Maybe not 3.5, but definitely 3. I like it. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Honest Rootstein. For 3 mana, 1 black and green, we have legendary creature, human warlock, which is an outlaw. 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. And creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Alright, this is great. If the format isn't too fast, we'll be good. I agree. Yeah, the speed of the format is also important when you're trying to evaluate the cards. And you know, when you do that, you can only predict, not really like be certain about it, of course. But yeah, this creature is solid. Of course, like value creature all the way. So it's 3.5. Okay. Eartha Joe, Frontier Mentor. So forest colors, 4 mana, 2 a red and white legendary creature, core advisor, 2/4. When it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 red mercenary creature token with ability. Tap, target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. And whenever you activate an ability that targets a creature or player, copy that ability. You may choose new targets for the copy. This is great, very aggressive. I really like that. It's basically like 2-in-1. 2 creatures, I mean. You have 2 creatures for 4 mana, which is amazing, with 3 power in total. And, you know, its enabler and a payoff all in one, I think is great, honestly. And also, talking about speed of the format, at least from what we've just seen, I don't, like, it doesn't feel very fast, to be honest. So I would say it's also like 3.5. It's a very solid creature on its own. So form a posse. Posse? X red and white sorcery. Create X/1/1 red mercenary creature tokens with same ability. Tap. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn and activate only as a sorcery. Amazing. Honestly, it's very good. It looks like mythic and common to me. Like this is very strong. Yeah. Like imagine. This is very strong. All right. We signpost 2 more. Yeah, of course. Again, blanking out here. Like I forgot the name of this guild. Like what's wrong with me? Anyway, Doc, Outlaws, Grizzle Genius, green and blue mana, legendary creature, bear druid, yes, thank you. 2/3. Spells you cast from your graveyard or from exile cost 2 less to cast. Plotting cards from your hand costs 2 less. This is amazing. Okay, so here comes plotting, right? Very nice. You know, again, it's a great to drop. And I really like its abilities. Very, very good. Like, very solid. I'm pretty sure like you can pick up quite a few these plotting cards. I really like this interaction. This is very interesting, right? I'm just thinking whether it's 3 or 3.5. I would say like, okay, let's say it's a 3. But I really like it. I feel like in the correct deck, it's gonna be very, very helpful. And last, signpost. In common, make your own luck. For 5 mana, 3 green and blue sorcery. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may exile a non-land card from among them. If you do, it becomes plotted. Put the rest into your hand. Nice. So for 5 mana, you get 3 cards, and one of them you can basically cast. You cast it for free next turn, right? Did I understand this correctly? So you may cast it as a sorcery on a later turn without paying its mana cost. Exactly. This is amazing. I really like it. It's a very, very strong card advantage. 3.5 or 3. I would say 3 because, you know, I hate it, but more than often, this kind of cards, they fizzle. So you have to be careful about this balanced creatures, non-creatures, and. But here it doesn't matter. It's just a non-land. Anyway, I quite like it. Yeah, that's it. That also may be the case that you could get less than this for, yeah. Is it gonna be justified, right? For 5 mana, but I mean 3 cards. Still, maybe. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Okay, so we're done with our signposts. So let's move on to the white color, and first card is Armored Armadillo. For 1 white mana, have creature 0/4 with ward 1 and an activated ability for 4 mana, 3 and 1 white. It gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is its toughness. So, okay. It looks like a very defensive creature. I mean, I guess if you cast it as your 1-drop, it's fine, right? It stands there, it blocks all of the 2-3 drops, and then it becomes a mana sinker. I don't know. I think it's mediocre still. I think it's your typical like 2.5. Maybe even like a filler level, to be honest. But again, it will all depend on the speed of the format. Next up, I'm sorry, white. Next up is Bounding Elidar. So for 6 mana, 5 and 1 white, we have creature, cat, beast, mount. Mount is irrelevant. For 7, whenever it attacks while saddled, put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. You gain 1 life for each of those creatures, and saddle is 2. I mean, the ability is very strong. It may be a nice top end in the right deck. I mean, for 6 mana, 4/7 without any evasion, it just looks meh, right? I mean, I think it will be able to have a nice attack, but again, it doesn't have any of evasion. I don't know. I would say like it's a 2, you know. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I guess it's a fine top end. Okay. Bovine Intervention for 2 mana, 1 and 1 white. Instant destroy target artifact or creature. Its controller creates a 2/2 white ox creature token. I mean, it's a removal. It's a removal with a drawback, but I guess if an opponent has a bomb, you wouldn't mind. I don't know. It's gonna be a bomb set. I would say, you know, it's a removal. Say it's a 3. I don't really like the drawback, but you know, maybe it's fine. I hope that we will see better removal spells, but if not, then of course you would want to pick that. Bridled Bighorn. Bridled Bighorn. For 4 mana, 3 and 1 white, creature, sheep mount, 3/4 with vigilance. Whenever Bridled Bighorn attacks while saddled, create a 1/1 white sheep creature token. Saddle 2. Okay, now it's like, now you're talking. This is nice. Here comes our token interaction. Maybe Orzhov. Mount, saddle. It looks like a Selesnya type of a deal, but I think you know, you can obviously combine this in colors. I like it. It looks good, you know. Saddle 2 is reasonable, so you just tap your 2-drop that doesn't attack anymore. It's nice. It's nice to have a use out of those early drops. Yeah, this is very good, you know. I think it's definitely a 3. Maybe even higher. It has vigilance too. I really like it. Yeah, it doesn't have any evasion, but vigilance is nice. Honestly, maybe like 3.5 even. Okay, I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna say it's 3.5. I don't know. I really like it. I feel like with creatures like that, you can easily go white very fast. I like it. Okay, Ariad's Lullaby. Ooh, Ariad is back? What? Hello, Kevin. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 white sorcery, destroy target tapped creature, you gain 2 life. Okay, another so-so removal. Quite defensive. But I mean, it's a removal, right? I'm gonna say it's a 3. A life gain may be also relevant. So it's a 3. Frontier Seeker. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 white. Have a creature Human Scout 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a mount creature card or a plains card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This is amazing. This is a very, very solid 2-drop. I really like it. Yeah, this is amazing. This is a very solid 2-drop, honestly. Like, there are bad 2-drops and there are good 2-drops. This is definitely a very good 2-drop. Getaway Glamour. For 1 white mana instant with Spree, here we have a new keyword, which means that you can choose 1 or more for additional cost. So 1 white mana plus 1 colorless. You can exile target non-token creature, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next step of the next end step. So it's a blink effect. 4 plus 2 colorless. You can destroy target creature if no other creature has greater power. Interesting. So obviously for total of 4 mana, you can do both of those effects. Sorry. Yeah. So with this card, we're committing the crime. I don't know, it kind of bothers me, this condition. Like, if no other creature has greater power, like, what's that, right? I don't know. I don't feel like it's strong enough. I mean, we will probably see quite a lot of relevant ETBs, but usually, you know, in limited, those blink effects, they're not that relevant. I don't know, it's hard to build decks incorporating this type of effects. I don't know, I don't like it. Like, for 3 mana instant speed, you can destroy a creature. Let's say it's like 2.5, you know? I don't really like this card. Yeah. Holy cow. Love it. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 white creature, Oak's Angel. This is like truly, holy cow, Oak's Angel. 2/2, flash flying. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life and scry 1. This is nice. This is nice. I mean, I get it. No, honestly, it's good. Yeah, for 3 mana, you have your typical 2/2 flyer, but the ability is nice, and the fact that it also has flash is nice. Yeah. Holy cow. Okay. Inventive Wingsmith. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 white, we have creature, Dwarf Artificer, 2/4. At the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, and Inventive Wingsmith doesn't have a flying counter on it, put a flying counter on it. Okay, so what you have to do is cast this creature. And next turn, maybe plot something, and then it will have flying ability. And just like, it looks like a filler to me, you know? Yeah. It's not like 3/3 for 3 mana, it's 2/4 for 3 mana, but still, yeah, it's just, you know, kind of awkward, requires a lot of work and maybe unnecessary, so it looks like a filler to me. Next up, Lassoed by the Law. For 4 mana, 3 and 1 white enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls until Lassoed by the Law leaves the battlefield. Okay, our Oblivion Ring, perfect. Even for 4 mana, but then it has another ability. When it enters the battlefield, you also create a 1/1 red mercenary creature token with ability tap, and target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Activated only as a sorcery. This is nice. Honestly, it's a removal and a creature in one. It's amazing. Like, truly. It's like... It's a 4. You know what? It's a 4. It's very good. Next up, Mystical Tether. For 3 mana, 2 and white enchantment. You may cast it as though it had flash if you pay 2 more to cast it, so for 5 mana. And when it enters the battlefield, exile target artifact or creature an opponent controls until it leaves the battlefield. Amazing. So, okay, we've seen bad white removal, and now we're seeing good white removal. I mean, of course, it's very nice, and I like that you can also cast it as a flash. It's amazing. It's very solid. Yeah, it's very, very, very good white removal. Also, like, you know, committing a crime. Casually committing a crime. Man, Nurturing Pixie. For 1 white mana, Fairy Rogue, creature with flying 1/1. When it enters the battlefield, return up to 1 target non-fairy, non-land permanent you control to its owner's hand. If a permanent was returned this way, put a +1/+1 counter on Nurturing Pixie. Why? It's not gross, it's cute. She's holding a baby cacti. Okay, hold on, I need to... Okay, this is like a lot of text. So when it enters the battlefield, you return a creature you control to your hand. You don't have to do that though, right? Maybe relevant, you know, again, speaking of those ETB abilities. And non-land permanent, like hello, we've seen those enchantments, right? But the problem is that, you know, those enchantments, you wouldn't want to blink them, or, you know, just cast and recast, because then your opponent will get their creature back. I don't know. White is honestly looks quite controversial. I know we haven't seen all of the white. There may be something, but I would say like 2.5, you know. It's an interesting ability, may be useful, but just at the first glance, maybe not. You would say it's a bomb? Well, hold on, we're talking limited. Omen Port Vigilante. Yeah, I know, like for 1 mana you have flyer 1/1. You know, still it's not a bomb. Okay, Omen Port Vigilante for 2 mana. Human Mercenary, which is an outlaw. 2/2 creature. And it has double strike as long as you've committed a crime this turn. This is nice. This is solid to drop. I really like it. I mean, it's your basic to drop, but then if you're committing a crime, it has double strike, which is nice. I think it's 2.5, you know. I think it's fine. It's a fine to drop. I would assume that committing crime is not going to be so difficult to trigger. Anyway, Outlaw Medic for 2 mana, 1 and 1 white creature, human rogue, 1/3 with lifelink. When it dies, draw a card. Nice. So, speaking of expendable creatures, I mean, it's nice. Again, I would say like 2.5. Looks defensive, right? But I guess it's alright. Like that you get your card back when it dies. This is nice. Prairie Dog for 2 mana, 1 and 1 white creature, squirrel, 2/2 lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Prairie Dog. And it also has an activated ability for 5 mana, 4 and 1 white until end of turn. If you would put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on a creature you control, put that many +1/+1 counter on it instead. So, if like this ability has triggered, you may pay additional 5 mana, and instead of 1 counter, you put 2 counters. 2 +1/+1 counters, right? Oh man, this is a lot of text for what it is. But I guess it's nice if you have like additional synergy on these counters, like which like you instantly would think about Selesnya, right? I like, you know, regardless of that ability, like it's your 2-drop with lifelink. I like this type of 2 drops. I would say it's a 3. This is a good 2-drop, honestly. Prosperity Tycoon for 4 mana, 3 and 1 white. We have creature human noble 4/2. When it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 red mercenary creature token with the same ability. Tap target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end turn, activated as a sorcery. But this creature also has an activated ability for 2 mana, sacrifice a token. Prosperity Tycoon gains indestructibility at end of turn and tap it. Roll the Island, thank you for your follow. Hello, hello. I mean, amazing. This creature, again, it's enabler and a payoff all in one. It doesn't require additional work, so it enters with this token, and you can sacrifice this token to make your Prosperity Tycoon indestructible if you want to. I don't really like the stats. Again, like 2/4/2, I mean, what is this? But I guess thanks to that activation threat, maybe fine, you know, maybe quite aggressive, but I see it more as a, let's say, token producer, something based on that. Like, instantly you would think Orjal, I think. Which also maybe Boris, you know, why not? I would say it's a 3. I like that. It enters with a token. There is something to it. Well, if any creature gains indestructible, that would be something else. Requisition Raid. For 1 mana, we have Sorcery with Spree. So for additional 1 mana, you may destroy target artifact. For additional another mana, you may destroy target enchantment, and for additional another 1 mana, you may put +1/+1 counter on each creature target player controls. You know, maybe. I know it's a sorcery speed, but still. Like in go white strategies, I assume you will want to put at least 1 copy of those. Again, in white we've seen those enchantments, and even signpost uncommons, we've seen 2 enchantments. So maybe like this enchantment hate is relevant. I'm not sure about artifacts. I quite like it, to be honest. I would say it's like still like 2.5. Quite specific. I wouldn't play it just as an enchantment hate. I would play it only in a go white strategy deck, you know, because it's like you just pump all of your tokens and whatnot, and then you can also like destroy enchantment if you want to. Rustler Rampage. So another spell with Spree. So for 1 mana and Spree, so you can pay additional 1 mana, you can untap all creatures target player controls, and for another additional mana, or you know, you can choose both, or you can choose only 1 mode. So +1, target creature gains double strike until end of turn. Alright, so it's like a combat trick. Sorry, I need to fix the music. Sorry. I need to fix that just so you know I don't have any copyright issues. I need to put this royalty-free music back. So I'm sorry for the for this pause. Okay, let's come back to Rustler Rampage. Release the cows. I don't know. I don't like this combat trick at all, to be honest. I mean, this untap all of your creatures, maybe something, but committing a crime, as someone pointed out, you commit a crime only if you target your opponent or your opponent's permanents. No, I don't like it. Like, maybe even 1. Yeah, it's not very synergetic with committing crime, though. Okay, Shepherd of the Clouds. For 5 mana, 4 and 1 white, we have creature Pegasus, 2/3 with Blind and Vigilance. When it enters the battlefield, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to your hand. Amazing. Return that card to the battlefield instead if you control a mount. Oh wow, this is an upgrade. This is amazing. I mean, we've seen similar creatures before, but this is a solid upgrade. This is amazing. This is very strong. I really like it. Like, it's definitely 3, maybe even higher. Okay, I think. Hold on. Yeah, this creature is very, very strong. I like it. So, it's your top hand or your like late game flyer, which brings back a creature, ideally back on the battlefield. It's amazing. Hello, Foamy. Okay. Let's move on. Sheriff of Safe Passage. So for 3 mana, 2 and 1 white, we have a Human Knight 0/0. When it enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it, plus an additional +1/+1 counter on it for each other creature you control. And it has a plot ability, so you may pay 2 mana, 1 and 1 white, and exile this card and cast it as a sorcerer on a later turn without paying its mana cost. It's very nice. So with plotting, do you choose the turn or do you have to cast it next turn? I mean, it says on a later turn, so you can choose this turn, right? Any future turn. This is amazing. Honestly, this is great. Imagine if you don't have anything to do on your turn 2, you just plot it and save it. Save it for later. As a 3-drop, I mean, come on, how big can it be, right? Not so much. But, you know, it's interesting. I would say it's 2.5. Like, ideally, I would like to actually cast my 2-drop on my turn 2 and not be plotting that, but you know, it has potential, especially in those go wide strategies. Kind of shame that it doesn't have any evasion, but it's all right, I guess. Stagecoach Security for 5 mana, 4 and 1 white. We have creature Human Soldier 4/5. When it enters the battlefield, creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain vigilance until end of turn. Okay, like hello, our top end for go wide strategies. And it also has a plot for 3 and 1 white. This is nice. This is very good. Yeah. It's the new foretell, yeah. Basically, yeah. Exactly that. Except for, you know, the plot cost is different. Plot cost varies. I really like it. It's very solid. It's definitely the 3, I would say. Honestly, in the right deck, you cast this card and you win the game. It's the entire setup. I don't think so. I think there are still some cards missing, but most of the cards are out. I don't think it's too slow. I think it's a perfect top end. Steer Clear. For 1 white mana instant, it deals 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. And it deals 4 damage to that creature instead if you control a mount as you cast the spell. Okay. Obviously, we've seen this kind of spells before. I guess, you know, it's alright. It's not the best, right? Not the best type of a deal. Let's say like maybe like 2.5. I know it's cheap, it's quite efficient, but at the same time, it may be useless late game unless you have this mount synergy. So, you know, again, it's quite specific. A lot of conditions have to be met. Yeah, situational, exactly what it is. Sterling Keykeeper for 2 mana, 1 and 1 white. Creature Human Mercenary 2/2 with an activated ability for 2 mana and tap. Tap target non-mount creature. Fine, you know, again, I guess in early game you wouldn't mind trading it off, just, you know, as your normal 2-drop. And then, you know, this, it's a tapper and quite cheap one. I quite like it. As your 2-drop, you know, it's fine. It's okay. It's an okay 2-drop. Yeah, exactly. Relevant early, relevant late, but nothing exciting. It's okay, you know. Everybody needs 2-drops, and the fact that it does something late game, it's okay. Sterling Supplier. Oh, exactly, Foamy. You have a point, yes. This also triggers the crime, so maybe... Yeah, maybe it's even 3, you know, in the right deck. It depends. Okay, good point. So, Sterling Supplier. For 5 mana, 4 and 1 white, we have creature Bird Soldier 3/4 with flying. When it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on another target creature you control. This bird is a filler, and I agree. I quite agree here. Yeah. Yeah, it's a flyer and it's a filler. It would be nice if you could choose like the same creature, you know, to put a counter on, but here you have to have another creature to get value from it. So let's say, yeah, it's a 2. Put the bird in the front. Take up the shield. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 white. Instant. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It gains lifelink and indestructible until end of turn. This is nice. This is a good combat trick. The fact that you put counter on it. I think we've seen something similar, like a couple of sets back. Reminds me of something for sure. I would say like 2.5, you know. I usually don't rate combat tricks very highly. 2.5. So 2.5 means, yeah, it's a good combat trick. Thunder Lasso, 3 mana. Here we have our artifact equipment. When it enters the battlefield, attach it to target creature you control. Okay, so at least that we have. Then equipped creature gets +1/+1, and whenever equipped creature attacks, tap target creature defending player controls. This is nice. Yes. I also thought about that it triggers committing crime. I mean, what you get for 3 mana, you just spam your creature and you have a nice attack. Let's say the turn that you cast it. Committing crime, yes. If you have this synergy, it's a good card to play. I don't know. I'm not like super hyped about this card, to be honest. I would say it's like 2.5, you know. There is nothing bad about it, but at the same time, you know, you need a creature. Like you have to have some conditions to be met for this card to work. And like just +1/+1 for 3 mana, tap when it attacks. You know, it's suitable. I would say only in aggro decks, and even then, it looks a little bit costly, expensive, so that's why I said 2.5. Then Trained Earrings for 2 mana, 1 and 1 white. We have creature Cat-based Mount, 3/1. Whenever it attacks while saddled, it gains first strike until end of turn, scry 1. Okay, saddle 2. Alright. So, thing with saddled, if we compare it to Enlist, the creature that you saddle it with doesn't have to be what's it called? It doesn't have to be oh my god, I'm losing it. So with Enlist, you can only enlist creatures that are not in sickness, and with Saddle, you can do that with any creatures. This is nice, right? I think if in that case, I mean, you cast it on your turn 2, then turn 3 you saddle it. You have a first striker. This is pretty aggressive. It's like Rune Vehicles, yeah. Right. That's a good point, comparing to Green Vehicles. Yes, that's a good point. I mean, it's very aggressive to drop. The fact that you also scry. I would say 3, you know? It's a good to drop for an aggro deck. Otherwise, I'm not sure, but I guess if you're picking up this card, you're trapped in aggro. Turn 3, that's very optimistic. I mean, turn 2 you cast this, then you cast another creature, you saddle it, you have an attack, why not? Alright, Vengeful Townsfolk for 3 mana, 2 and 1 white. We have human citizen creature, 3/3. Whenever one or more other creatures you control die, put a +1/+1 counter on Vengeful Townsfolk. Okay, so it's like this angry mob, expensive angry mob. 3 mana, 3/3. It's a filler, to be honest. Looks like a filler. I mean, in the right deck, maybe okay, but too slow and nothing exciting. Okay, the last white card is Wanted Griffin for 4 mana, 3 and 1 white. We have a creature with flying, 3/2. When it dies, create a 1/1 red mercenary creature token. Okay, perfect. This token has... It always has this ability: tap and target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn, and activate it only as a sorcery. I think it's okay, right? Of course, like similar abilities for entering the battlefield are more exciting, but at the same time, it's nice, you know, why not? I'm gonna say like still 2.5, because I would assume that you would want to naturally like trade it, or if it dies then you have a token like small bonus, but it's not an expendable creature really. Okay, I think we're done with white. Yes, now we have blue. I'm gonna make a quick break and I'll be right back. So yeah, stay tuned. Alright, I'm back. So let's continue with blue color. And the first card is Canyon Crab. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 blue, we have Creature Crab. Surprise, surprise. 0/5 with an activate ability for 2. 1 and blue, it gets +1. Oh, sorry, +2, -2 until end of turn. At the beginning of your end step, if you haven't cast a spell from your hand this turn, draw a card, then discard a card. Good morning, Meraxis. Okay. Yeah, well, what can I say? It's a defensive to drop, right? Again, some synergy with plotting, but honestly, like, I don't know, in a very defensive deck, you would want that. You know, it's a defensive to drop, but other than that, I'm just, you know, debating whether it's like a filler or it's slightly better than filler. Let's say, like, okay, 2.5. In the right deck, it's gonna be good. I mean, not good, but okay. Because every deck needs 2 drops. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, I'm very excited for this MTGO creator program, and I'm super excited. I'm very happy to be part of it. So yeah, I guess in the nearest future you will see some new content from me streaming and playing Magic Online. But yeah, it's irrelevant to what we're doing today. Today we're reviewing new cards for Limited. Oh, thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so moving on. Okay. Daring Thunder Thief. For 4 mana, 3 and 1 blue, we have Turtle Rogue with Flash for 4. And it enters the battlefield tapped. Listen, this creature looks pretty aggressive for blue, right? You have your 4 mana, so obviously you cast it end of your opponent's turn. I think I'm digging it. I quite like it. It's unusual. It's unusual for blue, right? There may be some. Oh, Sahara, thank you so much for a follow. Hello. I'm so happy to see you. How are you? Honestly, like, I'm gonna say like 2.5. I quite like how bold it is for blue. Nice. I can't read these cards. I'm like, what is this? Okay, Deep Mud Desperado. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 blue, we have creature Married Mercenary. Honestly, this set is cracking me up. 2/4. Whenever you commit a crime, each opponent mills 3 cards. This ability triggers only once each turn. So it's like a Mega Crab Homerid. Nice. It's an outlaw and mills your opponent for committing a crime. I mean, you have to commit a crime. Yeah, that's true. Looks like a filler, right? Like, again, 2/4 for 3 mana. I heard you've been horning in on my turf. How about I introduce you to some surf? Oh man, they're nailing it with flavor. Moving on, Gene of Fool's Fall. For 5 mana, 4 and 1 blue, we have creature Gene, 4/3 with flying, and it has plot 4. So, you know, like pretty much same thing, unless you don't have anything else to do on your turn 4, or you have the synergy when you don't cast spells, right? I mean, you have to have something, I guess, based on that to play it. Otherwise, I would say like it's a 2. It's again another filler level card. Yeah. Emergent Haunting for 2 mana, 1 and 1 blue enchantment at the beginning of your end step if you haven't cast a spell from your hand. Dun dun dun. It's not a creature, it becomes a 3/3 spirit creature with flying in addition to its other types, so here comes our payoff for all of the plotting. And it also has an activated ability for 3, 2 and 1 blue, surveil 1. And good morning, good morning. Like imagine, I mean, you have to have a lot of plotting, I guess. Imagine if you cast it on your turn 2. By the way, can you hear my cat? I'm sorry if you can. Anyway, this is how easily I'm distracted. So, could it be possibly like a creature next turn? Like on your turn 3? No, because it triggers at the end step. I don't get it. I don't get this card. Hold on. Does it say this way? So it becomes a creature and it stays this way, right? I need to read it again. Yeah. Okay, so it becomes this 3/3 flyer forever. Okay, okay. Still kind of slow, right? Kind of slow. Yeah, I'm on the fence about it. I would say like 2 with, I mean, maybe 2.5, like a build around, but I'm not sure. I don't think that it's worth it, but maybe like if you do have a lot of plotting, I don't know. Yeah, exactly, I agree. Looks slow. Yeah, it requires work, that's for sure. Next up is Failed 14 for 2 mana, 1 and 1 blue instant. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If you control a desert. I wish. Surveil 1. Okay, so it's your bounce spell. Again, like for me personally, I'm not the biggest fan of bounce spells, but it depends. Like for example, Elder, my husband, he really loves bounce spells, so he usually rates them higher than me. You know, it's a matter of preference, but it's a cheap interaction, so it may be useful. I would say it's like 2.5. Right. It would be nice. Yeah, bounce a spell and eat a cake. Oh my god. Fleeting Reflection. 2 mana, 1 and blue instant. Target creature you control gains hexproof until end of turn. Untap that creature. Until end of turn, it becomes a copy of up to 1 other target creature. Oh wow, so it's like Snakeskin Veil plus additional things. Okay, well, this is interesting. It's an interesting combat trick, I would say, slash trick. I don't know how relevant this ability of it becoming a copy of another creature is. I don't know. I'm not sure. But it's interesting. You think it's very good? I don't know. I would say it's a 2, to be honest, for limited. But maybe I just maybe I don't have a vision for this card. Yeah, but I would assume that you wouldn't want to play it proactively, right? Unless your opponent is fully tapped. So, which makes it super situational. You know? Anyway, Gazer Drake for 3 mana, 2 and 1 blue. Creature, your Drake. 2/3 flyer. As long as it's not your turn, spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Okay. Well, Drake is fine. You know, this ability also may be useful. I would say, like, it's okay. It's okay. 2.5/3. Like, not very exciting, but it's a fine creature. Okay, let's give it a 3. I mean, it also depends, like, how relevant this ability is, but as a Drake, it's okay. Moving on, Harrier's Tricks for 1 blue mana, bird, 1/1 with flying. When it enters the battlefield, tap target permanent, and for 3 mana, 2 and 1 blue, draw a card, then discard a card. Okay, we've seen that in Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, something similar, like your 1 drop flyer that taps. It used to tap a creature. Here you can tap anything. Try and be relevant. I think it's okay. Then the ability is sort of mana sink. Maybe useful. I'd say like 2.5. But again, Lost Caverns of Ixalan taught me not to underestimate your 1 drops flyers. So, yeah, it's okay. Jailbreak Scheme for 1 blue mana sorcery with Spree. For +3 mana, you can put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It can be blocked this turn. For +2 mana, like, you can choose. You can pay it all. Target artifact or creature's owner puts it on top or bottom of their library. Okay. It would be, like, amazing if it was instant. But now on sorcery speed, for okay, for 3 mana, to, like, make it a soft removal, let's say it's a soft removal, right? When you put a creature on top or bottom of the library, is okay. It's kind of a tempo card. Even though I don't like the sorcery speed for 3 mana, maybe it's okay. Like, oh my god, for 6 mana to do it all. Just a sort of finisher to make your creature a finisher, and I don't know, these 2 options, like, together, well, maybe, but it looks kind of awkward, kind of slow. I'm not sure. And I don't like sorcery speed, so I would say, like, it's a 2. I really, like, the only option that I quite like and I can see how it can be played, like, is the second one. So for 3 mana, just to use it as soft removal in a tempo deck, it's fine. Anyway, Lone Shark. Okay, for 4 mana, 3 and 1 blue, we have Shark Rogue. 3/4. When it enters the battlefield, if you've cast 2 or more spells this turn, draw a card. Okay, nice. So basically you cast this and something else, but I think this ability will always trigger just because this creature has plot. It's a plot ability, so you cast it for its plot cost. Resolve it next turn after you've cast something else and you draw a card. This is nice. I don't know, I quite like it that you draw a card so you get a card back. This is nice, honestly. Anything that draws you cards is good in limited, and like it's a solid body, 3/4, so why not? And it's definitely a funny card. I would say it's a 3, you know? Just because it draws you a card. Marauding Sphinx. For 5 mana, 3 and 2 blue. Sphinx Rogue, 3/5 with Vigilance, Flying, and Ward 2. Whenever you commit a crime, Surveil 2. This ability triggers only once each turn. Yeah, this is good. I mean, it's a solid flyer, despite the double blue. I like it. It's solid. It's a 3 for me. I like the ability to. So, I mean, you obviously have to have this synergy on committing a crime, but I don't think that it's gonna be that hard. It's probably one of the easiest. Abilities to trigger. Yeah, keywords are nice. Okay, Metamorphic Blast for 1 blue mana instant with Spree again. So +1 mana, I mean, until end of turn, target creature becomes a white rabbit with base power and toughness 0/1. And for +3, target player draws 2 cards. I mean, as a draw spell for 4 mana, it's fine. You know, in limited, it's definitely playable. The first ability also can be something. I quite like both of these options. Maybe not together, but as a modal card, let's say, it's fine. Also, like Spree, I have to say, I like it. So it's not your usual modal card. You can, you know, choose everything if you have enough mana. It's nice. It only works until end of turn, so basically it's your combat trick. Sora. Well, that's for sure. Turning your opponent's creatures into rabbits is a crime. I would say it's a 2, you know. I like the second option better. Maybe like 2.5, but it's like borderline to me. Not sure. Yeah, spree cards are interesting. Flavor text, hold on. This craving for revenge was replaced by a craving for vegetables. Nice, yeah. Honestly, yeah, they're nailing it with flavor text. Exactly. Nimble Brigand? I'm sorry if I mispronounce it. Also, like, with a dessert. I started losing it very early. You know, I'm not used to talking that much. So maybe after this stream, I will want to, you know, just to stay silent for the rest of the day, which will not be possible. But yeah. Sorry. So this card for 3 mana, 2/1 blue, human rogue, 1/3. It can be blocked if you've committed a crime this turn, and when it deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card. It's nice. Yeah, the problem is that, well, it's a 3 mana. I guess it's alright for limited. Like, for the effect that it has. But like, it's 1/3. And it requires a lot of work. You have to commit a crime every turn for it to work. But if you're able to do so, it's very nice. I would say it's like 2.5. Like, this is definitely like the great payoff for this committing a crime, but I'm not sure that it's gonna be that easy to trigger every turn. I'm not sure. Like, it's a lot of work, but it's a nice payoff. Okay, Outlaw Stitcher for 4 mana, 3 and 1 blue, human warlock, 1/4. When it enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 blue and black zombie rogue creature token, then put 2+1/+1 counters on that token for each spell you've cast this turn other than the first. And it also has a plot cost of 5. This is great. Yeah, I get it. I know. Okay, listen. This creature is great. This is amazing just on its own. Like, it's 2-in-1. And I like how you can like play it out to make this zombie token like a very solid one, a big one creature. This is nice. Honestly, this is nice. I like it. I'm gonna say it's a 3. Also, like, this plot, you know, you will need this type of cards. I mean, it's nice. I mean, plot is a very nice ability. You will have, if you have enough of payoffs. I like that it gives you options on how to play out your cards. This is nice. Fearless Rogue Master for 5 mana, 4 and 1 blue, human rogue, 4/4. When it enters the battlefield, return up to 1 target tapped creature to its owner's hand. Like, what is this? So your opponent attacked you, then you cast this guy and bounce that creature that just attacked you. Meh. Yeah, it's just no evasion, no nothing. 5 mana. Yeah, it's a filler material. Yeah, definitely. Alright. Phantom Interference. For 1 blue mana and additional spree costs of +3, you can create a 2/2 white spirit creature token with flying for +1, counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. This is nice. This is nice. Looks more like a modal card again, rather than the spree. Like, what are the odds that you're gonna play both of them at the same time? But I mean, still. Like 2 to 2.5 maybe. Let's say 2. Again, how to adequately rate this spree cards. Like, in my opinion, if you can cast all of those spree options at the same time and they're relevant at the same time, this makes such a card a good one. But this, I'm not sure. It looks like a straight up model card to me. Next step is plan the heist for 4 mana, 2 and 2 blue sorcery, surveil free if you have no cards in hand. Okay, so surveil free if you have no cards in hand, then draw 3 cards. Okay, and it has a pot cost of 4. It just explains all the mechanics. I mean, you have to spend 4 mana. I mean, maybe it's fine if you don't have anything else to do on your turn 4, let's say, if you have like other interactions with that plotting. I mean, you don't cast anything, right? You just plot it, meaning exile a card. I never plan to have no cards. I agree that it feels more like a sealed card than a draft card. A little bit weird. I mean, if you like truly have a lot of payoffs for that, not like casting a spell during your turn, instead you're plotting, then maybe. But yeah. Razzle Dazzler for 2 mana, 1 and 1 blue, human wizard, 1/2. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Razzle Dazzler. It can't be blocked this turn. Oh, amazing. So the counter stays. Listen, this is a very nice to drop. Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, maybe slow, right? Like if you cast on your turn 2, so 1/2, not very exciting. On your turn 3, maybe you won't be able to double spell, but you know, it has potential. Like mid game, still like kinda slow for me. Okay, Seize the Secrets for 3 mana, 2 and 1 blue sorcery. This spell costs 1 less to cast if you've committed a crime this turn. Draw 2 cards. So if you've committed a crime, you draw 2 cards. Make divination for 2 mana instead of 3. Yeah. Divination, I feel like, is a bit outdated for modern limited. But yeah. No. Still playable. Shackle Slinger for 3 mana, 2 and 1 blue, human soldier, 3/2. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, choose target creature and opponent controls. If it's tapped, put a stun counter on it, otherwise tap it. Okay. Honestly, this is a lot of work. I mean, I would only play it in the deck that actually, you know, allows you to double spell each turn. Otherwise, just, you know, 3/2/4/3. But it can be something in the right deck. I would say like 2.5. Maybe I'm even generous here, but you know, I can see it work. I can see it work in the right deck. I agree, double spelling consistently, it's not gonna be easy. That's true, that's true. So, you know, now it's not the best creature, of course. Moving on, Shifting Grift for double blue, sorcery with spree, for +2, exchange control of 2 target creatures. Okay. For +1, exchange control of 2 target artifacts, and for +1, exchange control of 2 target enchantments. Too symmetric, I agree. I was like, oh wow. This is weird. You know what? I think it's gonna be a fine sideboard card. Like, if you know that, like if you're playing best of 3, and you've seen a Bombi Bomb, then you just board it and exchange control. Yeah. The rest, I'm not sure. Like, artifact enchantments, maybe not. Well, yeah. Okay. Slick Shot Lockpicker for 3 mana, 2/1 blue. Human Rogue 2/3. When it enters the battlefield, target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback until end of turn. The flashback cost is equal to its mana cost, and it also has a plot ability, so you can cast it for a plot cost of 3. Interesting. I mean, this is the type of card that you would always want to play for the plot cost, right? Because you would want to get that value, because otherwise, like, 2, 3, 4, 3 is like, no. So, but yeah, for plot cost, and then if you are able to do all the things that it says, it's definitely strong. Like instant sorcery, like some removal maybe, right? I would assume that it's or if the Demir colors, or maybe Izet suitable, something like that. I would say like it's 2.5, you know, if you're able to play it on its full potential. Counter spells, yeah, maybe. Actually no, because plot, oh, hold on. Yeah, you can cast it as a sorcery. So counter spells doesn't work really. All right. Slick Shot Vault Buster for 3 mana, 2/1 blue. Human Rogue 1/4 with Vigilance. It gets +2/+0 as long as you've committed a crime this turn. It's a filler, right? It's like a filler. Next up is Spring Splasher for 2 mana, 1/1 blue. Frog Beast 2/1. Whenever it attacks, target creature defendant player controls gets -3/-0 until end of turn. Okay. This is okay, you know? It's a fine to drop. I'm a bit confused with some of the blue cards though. Some of them look very aggressive. So I'm thinking like, you know, maybe like Azorius or something. And some of them like straight up defensive, your usual blue stuff. Okay, let's say like 2.5. I mean, it can be something in the right deck. Definitely aggro. Yeah. Stop Cold for 4 mana, 3/1 blue. Enchantment Aura with Flash. Enchant artifact or creature. When it enters the battlefield, tap enchanted permanent. Enchanted permanent loses all abilities and doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. So your typical blue removal. It's a 3. Honestly, it's a 3. It has Flash. And if you're in blue, you would probably want to play that. If you're liking removal as well, it's good. Loses abilities. I mean, it's alright just because it has Flash. Okay. Take the Fall. 1 blue instant. target creature gets -1/-0 until end of turn. It gets -4/-0 until end of turn. Instead, if you control an outlaw. Oh, I like tricks like that. And you also draw a card. Oh, this is nice. Honestly, this is nice. So you get your card back, and you can ambush an opponent creature in combat. This is nice. Honestly, this is type of card that you would think about before going to combat. If your opponent has 1 blue untapped, this is nice. I like cards like that, definitely. Oh, I assure you it is very relevant in combat. Okay, can be very, very sneaky. This town ain't big enough. For 5 mana, 4 and 1 blue instant, this spell costs 3 less to cast if it targets a permanent you control. Return up to 2 target non-land permanents to their owner's hands. Okay, so I guess it's nice that it provides you with options, right? So for like 2 mana, you can bounce your permanent in response to removal or whatnot. And yeah, for 5 mana, it's an instant speed spell. The fact that you bounce up to 2 target permanents is good. Committing a crime. Very nice. Very nice. Well, consider it as your like top end winning spell. I don't know. No, I like that it has options. It's a nice spell. I like it. Like, honestly, the fact that it bounces like 2 permanents, 2 creatures, it's a lot. It's a big setback that honestly would allow you to win the game. Okay. Next up, Visage Bandit. How do you pronounce it? Visage. For 4 mana, 3 and 1 blue, Shapeshifter Rogue. 2/2. You may have it enter the battlefield as a copy of a creature you control, except it's a Shapeshifter Rogue in addition to its other types, and it has a plot cost of 3. Okay. I don't like that it copies your own creatures, right? Plot makes it slightly better, but still. It's very situational. And you can get removal in response to that, and a lot of things can happen. I wish it could copy any of the creatures. This way it would be good, but as it is, yeah, I'm not sure. I would say, like, I don't like it, honestly. I don't like it. I would say it's too situational in my opinion, and too expensive for what it does. I mean, unless you have some sort of Bomby Bomb, but then if you already have a Bomby Bomb, you don't need it, right? Okay, so we're done with blue. Let's move on to black. And first card is Ambush Kaiga Pete. I'm sorry if I mispronounce the words. English is not my native language. Anyway. Tabaski, thank you for a follow. Well, yeah, black is definitely one of my favorite colors in Magic. Alright, so for 6 mana, what you get? 4 and double black. It's a creature with flash, 6/2. Oh, we're talking about Shapeshifter. I missed one blue card? What do you mean? Okay. Let's, you know, okay, we're done with blue. Whatever. I'm gonna post this VOD on my YouTube channel so we can, you know, continue the discussion in the comment section over there. But yeah, ambush guy Pete Chica. Okay. So 6/2 flash. When it enters the battlefield, target creature and opponent controls get -2/-2 until end of turn. Alright. I mean, the effect is there. The effect is strong. 6 mana. Double black. Right, yes. So today we're discussing commons and uncommons only. I will do a separate stream when we discuss mythics and rares, so yeah. I don't know. I'm confused, you know, this card. It's like 6/2, come on, for 6 mana. It doesn't have any evasion. I mean, I get that like -2/-2 is nice. At the same time, for 6 mana, you get 6/2. Like, if you want to, like, really ambush your opponent, why 6/2? Why 6/2? Let it be, I don't know, something like a 4/4 at least, right? It would be much better than 6/2. And of course, same card played very well. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't like it. I think, yeah, I agree that for 6 mana, it's just, you know, it looks unnecessary. It's not worth it. Because the power of 6, you can block any creature, basically, right? And then, like, it trades with 2-drop. Like, what is this? What is this? Well, exactly. I mean, I get it, yes, you can kill something cheap, but I don't think that at this stage of the game it's gonna be that relevant, to be honest. Yeah, so I think that it's just kind of awkward, you know? I'm not saying it's unplayable though, but okay, Binding Negotiation. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 black sorcery, target opponent reveals their hand. You may choose a non-land card from it. If you do, they discard it. Otherwise, you may put a face-up exile card they own into their graveyard. Okay, hold on. So when we plot something, we'll like exile it face-up, right? Oh, I didn't realize that actually when you cast something for the plot cost, you exile it face up. Okay, interesting. So it's not like you can be sneaky, right? When you plot something. Again, I feel like it's gonna be fine as a sideboard card. I'm not the biggest fan of disruption spells in limited. Yeah, exactly. What makes sense, I'm saying 2 and not 1, just because, you know, it's a sideboard card. It may be useful in the sideboard. Okay. Black Snake Buzzard for 3 mana, 2 and 1 black bird, 2/1 with flying, obviously. It enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it if a creature died this turn, and you can also cast it for the blood cost of 2. Okay, I mean, the plot cost makes it better for sure, right? Because you just, you know, plot it on your turn 2, and then You cast it when it's relevant. So, right? Because it's just only one counter. Yeah. 2, maybe like 2.5. I mean, imagine that if it said like +1/+1 counter for each creature that died this turn. That would be a whole another story. Yeah, it is what it is. And sorcerer speed too. Okay. Blood Hustler for 2 mana, 1 and 1 black, Vampire Rogue. 1/1. Whenever you commit a crime, put a +1/+1 counter on Blood Hustler. This ability triggers only once each turn, and it has an activity ability of 4, 3 and 1 black. Target opponent loses 1 life and you gain life. Okay. So it's hard to drop with this mana sync ability in the late game if it lives till then. I mean, I guess it's okay, you know? It seems kind of slow, right? Because it triggers only once each turn. And again, the question of how easy it's gonna be to like trigger this every turn. But yeah. I agree, I guess it's fine, you know? I'm gonna say it's like 2.5. It's a fine to drop. It requires work. It's a bit slow, for sure. But at the same time, maybe with format, it's not gonna be very fast. So, it's fine. Okay, Blood Hustler, 2.5. Then we have Boneyard Desecrator. For 4 mana, 3 and 1 black, we have Zombie Mercenary, 3/4 with menace, and an activated ability of 2, 1 and 1 black. Sacrifice another creature. Put a +1/+1 counter on Boneyard Desecrator. If an outlaw was sacrificed this way, create a treasure token. Alright. Okay, so here comes those mercenary tokens, right? Yeah, interesting that to think of is Orzhov, right? This sacrifice archetype. I mean, 3/4 for 4 with manas. It's okay, you know? It's okay. It's not great, but at the same time, yeah, it's a sacrifice engine, and that, you know, may be useful, maybe synergetic with other creatures, other action that's going on, and it also makes this creature a threat, but overall, you know, not great. I would say like 2.5, you know, just because in the right deck it may be good. Maybe not bad. Ooh, you would give 3.5. Wow. Hello, hello, Ellen Villager. Hello. Consuming Ashes for 4 mana, 2 and 2 black. Instant, exile target creature. If it had mana value 3 or less, surveil 2. Ellen Villager, hello, thank you for your follow. Sure, you know, black means removal. Here comes your removal. Too expensive, but you can exile any creature, you know, and it has some bonus if you exile a creature with mana value 3 or less. It's fine, you know. It's your unconditional black removal, like classic. And it's instant speed removal, so, you know. Sorry. Okay. Corrupted Conviction. For 1 black mana, instant. Okay, alright, you know, Village Rites. As an additional cost to cast the spell, sacrifice a creature, draw 2 cards. Village Rites. I think the Serpent was a premium removal in Kaldheim. Yeah, that's true, but also, like, Kaldheim was when, like, 3 years ago, right? Or 4. Hold on. Was it 4 or 3 years ago? Anyway, it's maybe irrelevant to compare, you know, some of the current cards to the previous sets, but definitely, of course, we've seen it all before. It's just a matter of relevance, right? in the current format. But I still believe that, you know, unconditional removal on an instant speed for mana is fine. And as far as Village Rites goes, you know, it's not your top pick, obviously, but in the right deck, sure, why not? But in limited, it's a 2 for me. Yeah, exactly. Formats have gotten very quick recently, exactly, very aggressive, that's true. Let's see how it goes with this format, right? Desert's Dew. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 black, instant, target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn, and it gets an additional -1/-1 until end of turn for each desert you control. Okay, so we're gonna see deserts, right? Lands. I assume. I mean, sure. Solid removal / combat trick even. Desserts too. Yeah. Would be nice, yeah. Desperate Bloodseeker for 2 mana, 1 and 1 black, 2/2 vampire with lifelink. Okay. I already like it. When it enters the battlefield, target player mills 2 cards. Okay, amazing. I love 2 drops lifelinkers. Yeah, I don't know how relevant this mill thing is gonna be, but maybe in Golgari, you know, self-mill. Or, you know, committing a crime. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. I'm gonna say it's a 3, you know. It's up there. It's a good 3 drop. I'll do dessert, yeah. I think you can... I think if you're in black, you would always like want to play this as your 2 drop. Fake your own death. Okay. Here comes Scam, right? For 2 mana, 1 and 1 black, instant, until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0 and gains. When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control, and you create a treasure token. Okay, so a treasure token is a bonus. Okay, we've seen it all before, right? It's playable, combat trick in black. Nothing new. I agree, it's situational. Forsaken Minor. For 1 black, we have a creature skeleton rogue 2/2, and it can't block. Whenever you commit a crime, you may pay 1 black mana. If you do, return Forsaken Minor from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay, here comes our expandable creature. This is nice. This is nice. I think it's 2. Honestly, like 2/2 for 1 mana, it's pretty solid. Like, I guess you don't care that it can block, right? And it's expandable. Like, I can see how it can be played in various strategies, you know, in Orzhov as an expandable creature. But mostly it speaks to me Rakdos, just because it's very aggressive, right? I think it's a 3, you know? Like it's synergetic with sacrifice and just on its own. Committing crime again. Like a lot of interactions. Hollow Marador for 7 mana, 6 in 1 black. Spectre Rogue for 2 with flying, and this spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature card in your graveyard. Skolaka, thank you for a follow. Hello. Alright, so here comes our graveyard interaction. So here where self-mill comes useful. And anyway, so when it enters the battlefield, any number of target opponents each discard a card. For each of those opponents who didn't discard a card with mana value 4 or greater, draw a card. Okay, this is like a lot of text, a lot of things. It's a great So, like this, you know, this is very specific. This, like, it's definitely not for every deck. Like, and like, even then, like, 4 to flyer. I mean, the ability is not that strong. Like, imagine if your opponent at this point doesn't have any cards. Like, well, I mean, it's still good, right? Because you draw a card. Yeah, exactly. This is a good question. At what cost are you happy with this? 4 mana? I guess, you know. But then still, like, it's mid to late game. It has to be like a heavily creature-based deck. At the same time, you know, in limited, all of the decks are creature-based. So, yeah, 2. I mean, it could be something in the right deck. If you're able to cast it like for 4 mana, then, you know, like 4 to flyer is nice. No. It's confusing. Getting the creatures into your yard isn't as easy as it seems. Well, I guess we'll see some self-mill maybe later. I don't know. One. Nice. Okay. Lively Dirge for 2 mana, 1 and 1 black. Sorcery with Spree, 4+1. Search your library for a card, put it into your graveyard, then shuffle. Okay. 4+2. Return up to 2 creature cards with total mana value 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay, so for... Nice. For 5 mana, we can, you know, look for a creature in our library, put it in a graveyard, then reanimate it. But not any creature. Only if it has mana value of 4 or less. I don't know. Could be something, but again, it's like so specific, right? To a certain archetype. I mean, I guess for 4 mana, like double reanimation, if you're in like some of your, I don't know, 2/2 drops, like for example, right? Maybe not so bad. Looks grindy, but yeah, for limited, you know, I would say like 2, to be honest, because I feel like that this graveyard synergy, it fits Golgari archetype. At the same time, like what would you want to reanimate with a total mana value of 4 or less? Like that makes you think about Orzhov. Could it be? Both? Like, could it be like such a versatile card? I don't think so, to be honest. Yeah. Let's say it's 2. Okay. I was thinking maybe like 2.5. Not sure. maybe it's built around or something. Mourner's Surprise. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 black sorcery, return up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Create a 1/1 red mercenary creature token with that ability. Okay. So basically, for 2 mana, you get a token. So at least that, right? It's not just return a card to a hand for 2 mana and it doesn't affect a board state at all. So at least you get a token, right? You know what? I quite like it. So like, let's say mid to late game, it's gonna be nice. It looks like grind a spell. More for Orzhov, I would say. Just because, again, hint tokens, like return some creatures, so something in the line of sacrifice and whatnot. Yeah, I quite like it. I would say like it's 2.5. Maybe you would want to play in the right deck and this kind of grindy type of a deal. Right. Neutralize the guards. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 black instant. Creatures target opponent controls get -1/-1 until end of turns. Reveal 2. Probably a sideboard card. I don't know. Like in best of 1, I probably wouldn't play it at all. In best of 3 in sideboard, yeah, why not? Mizumi Linkbreaker. Oh yeah, that's true. So for 1 black mana, a red warlock, 1/1. When it dies, create a 1/1 red mercenary creature token. So red becomes a mercenary. Listen, this is nice. This is another example of an expendable creature. I quite like it. Okay, I'm gonna say it's like 2.5. Particularly in the right archetype, like Ragdas or Orzhov, I would assume it's gonna be good. I mean, I get that like 1/1 without any evasion, without nothing, is not very exciting, but you know, it's just an expendable creature. Overzealous Muscle. For 5 mana, 4 and 1 black. Ogre Mercenary, 5/4. Whenever you commit a crime during your turn, Overzealous Muscle gains indestructibility until end of turn. Oh wow. Okay, so you know what? It may be an okay top end, but other than that, it looks like a filler. So I agree that it's probably a 2. Rakish Crew. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 black enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 red mercenary creature token with a already well-known ability. Whenever an outlaw you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Okay, this may be interesting. You know, this life drain. Maybe something. Again, sacrifice archetype. I don't know how easy it's gonna be to enable it, but still. I think I do like it that for 3 mana you get 1 token, right? So I guess if you're playing this card, like you have to justify playing this card somehow, you know what I mean? I think it's a build around. It's a build around. So it's not a 2, it's 2.5. It's life drain, maybe something. Rattleback Apothecary. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 black, Gorgon Warlock, 3/2 with this touch. Whenever you commit a crime, target creature you control gains your choice of manas or lifelink until end of turn. Okay, so it also applies to this creature, which is nice, right? I mean, it's okay. Honestly, I feel like it's fine. It has this touch lifelink nice, this touch mana's nice. I mean, this touch mana's is particularly nice. Yeah, 3/2, like the stats. Stats seem kind of weak. I'm gonna say like 2.5. Otherwise, you know what? It's maybe not there, maybe up to 3. If it weren't for the stats, I don't know. I don't really like 3/2 for 3 mana, even though it has this touch. Raven of Fell Omens for 2 mana, 1 and 1 black, bird, 1/2 with flying. Whenever you commit a crime, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. This ability triggers only once each turn. Okay. So you see another life drainer. So maybe with what was called Rakish Crew, maybe something. At the same time, it's not an outlaw. It's not very exciting. I would say like for 2 drop, 1/2 flyer. Not super strong. I would say like 2.5. I still think that this draining ability may actually be something. Well, true, yeah. Equipments. Rictus Robber for 4 mana, 3 and 1 black, zombie rogue, 4/3. When it enters the battlefield, if a creature died this turn, create a 2/2 blue and black zombie rogue creature token. It also has a blood cost of 3. So this is nice. It's like, now we're talking, right? Yeah, I like it. Again, it's another example of a creature that you want to play for a blood cost only. Well, not only actually. Like at this stage of the game, you may play it as well for 4 mana, but for blood cost, I guess it's just, you know, safer. So the ATB ability is nice. The ATB ability is very nice. So I would say like it's a 3, you know. Quite like it. Rooftop Assassin for 4 mana, 3 and 1 black, Vampire Assassin with flash 2/2, flying lifelink. When it enters the battlefield, destroy target creature and opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn. Okay, so here is our Manticore. Like we've seen this type of creatures before. Quite situational, but you know what? I like that it's 2/2 lifelink instead of just, you know, 3/1 lifelink. Oh, sorry, 3/1 flyer. The fact that it has lifelink, I think, makes it better. But overall, it's not very exciting, you know. 2.5, I would say. Quite situational. It is playable. It is playable for sure. Yeah. Servant of the Stinger for 2 mana, 1 and 1 black, human warlock, 1/3 with death touch. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, if you've committed a crime this turn, you may sacrifice Servant of the Singer. If you do, search your library for a card, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Alright. Oh wow, okay. So it's a very defensive 2-drop. Let's say, right, it has nice stats. I mean, 1/3 does touch already, it's fine. Yeah, that's a good point that you actually commit a crime with the previous creature, yeah. Okay, so coming back to this one, I mean, as is, it's fine. Let's talk about its ability. I mean, what are the pros? Like, you attacked, okay, you dealt damage, which is... I mean, okay, let's say that it happened. You sacrifice it, so you feel a graveyard, I guess, which is good. Maybe you have some kind of recursion. Then you search your library for a card and put it into your hand. Okay, so basically you can tutor bomb or something, or mule if you need to, but it's, you know, it's very situational. It has to, you know, deal that combat damage, dang it. Yeah, I don't know. It's okay, I guess. Yeah, I'm evaluating this as 2 mana 1/3 distant. I think exactly that's what it is. Basically, I think like maybe it could work, but yeah, I think that you have to just see it as a 2-drop, quite defensive one, and as a defensive 2-drop. No, it's okay. I would say like 2.5. 2 to 2.5, you know, let's say. I agree. It's not like the best, of course. Again, like too much text for what it is, right? Shoot the Sheriff. For 2 mana, 1 and black, instant, destroy target non-outlaw creature. Okay, so hello, you go for the throat, right? Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Thanks for stopping by. Of course, this is good. I mean, in limited, maybe not, because there are a lot of outlaws. But still, I'm gonna say it's a 3, not 3.5, just because again, this set is filled with outlaws. And later, like in the next stream, we're gonna find out how many outlaws are there in rares and mythics. Prepare to board it out. Skullduggery. For 1 black mana instant, until end of turn, target creature you control gets +1/+1, and target creature an opponent controls gets -1/-1. Oh, this is nice. This is a nice combat trick. Even though it's like until end of turn still, it's very cheap, very efficient. Like, I think the same with that blue one. I think you have to be, you know, conscious about it. I think it's nice. Reprint, yeah, it sounds familiar. There was definitely something along these lines before. Exactly, committing crime. Very relevant here. Treasure Dredger. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 black, human rogue, 2/2, with an activated ability for 1 mana and tap, and pay 1 life, create a treasure token. Okay, oh, this is interesting. I mean, again, it looks kind of slow, but at the same time, so it's not like particularly ramping, just because like if you cast on your turn 2, then if you want to activate this ability, you have to tap out. You have to tap 1 mana to create a treasure, so it's not really ramping, but maybe. Also, like, it can work as a mana stabilization if you're splashing, so why not? To be honest, like, we've seen all this like treasure something before, like but we haven't seen that many payoffs on those treasures, so it's a good commander card. Still, it's a solid to drop. You know, it's your to drop with options, right? It's fine. Okay, I'm just gonna... Hold on. Okay, unfortunate accident. For 1 black mana instant with spree for plus 3 mana, 2 and 1 black this time. Destroy target creature. Okay. Nice. Again, 4 mana, instant speed, unconditional removal. Okay, let's go. And for plus 1, create a 1/1 red mercenary creature. Okay, this is amazing. Honestly, this... Okay, finally. I think it's the best spree card that I've seen so far, because both of these modes are relevant at the same time. This is amazing. I love it. Okay, this is a 4. Let's go there. This is good. Giorgio Muchacho, thank you so much for a follow. Hello, hello. All right. Hello. Moving on. Unscrupulous Contractor. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 black, human assassin, 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice a creature. Okay. When you do, target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. And it has a blood cost of 3. So, this is nice that, you know, you have options. Again, this interactions on some other cards that have payoff when you do not cast a spell on your turn. Instead, you plot. This is nice. I think it's good, you know? Particularly gonna be good in a deck with expendable creatures. So, honestly, I feel like in this set, this sacrifice strategy is gonna be quite strong. Because we've seen a bunch of cards that create tokens. In black, there are some pretty nice expendable creatures. I quite like it. And also, like, if you don't have anything and you need to draw a card, basically, it's a spell for 3 mana, draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. Why not? I think it's good. Okay, the last black card. Bolt Plunderer. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 black, human rogue, 3/1. When it enters the battlefield, target player draws a card and loses 1 life. Okay, we'll love that. Everybody loves that, right? Drawing cards. Yeah, it's amazing, honestly. I don't mind that it doesn't have any kind of evasion. Okay, it enters, it draws your card, it's fine. It's a fine blocker too. Could be like a 3. For 3 mana, 3/1. I think it's a 3 still. I think it's still a 3. I love it, honestly. And also, like, the thing that it says target player draws a card and loses 1 life. Honestly, sometimes, like, you can just target your opponent for them to lose that maybe last 1 point of life, and you're also committing a crime. I mean, it's good. Okay, so we're done with black. I'm gonna make a quick pause and I'll be right back so we continue with red and green and the rest of comments of this new set, Outlaws of Thunder Junction. So I'm back. All right, let's continue. Let's continue with red. First card is Brimstone Roundup for 2 mana, 1 and red enchantment. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, create a 1/1 red mercenary creature token. And this card also has a plot cost of 3. Alright. So this is nice. And this is real strong. Like, imagine you cast this for plot cost, let's say, right? If you're not able to, like, double spell immediately. This is amazing. Like, the plot in, like, in general allows you to double spell, like, easily. This is great. This is great. Could be, like, even 3.5. Like, it requires some work, okay? Right? So it's not like it's gonna work all the time. It requires some work, but I think it's gonna be quite easy to trigger every turn. Like, if you have a bunch of plot stuff and also like some cheap spells, like in general, I think it's nice. I quite like it. I feel like it has a good potential. I mean, it's definitely a 3, but I'm saying 3.5 in the right deck. Okay. Okay. Red. Caught in the Crossfire for double red instant with Spree. For +1, Caught in the Crossfire deals 2 damage to each outlaw creature. Oh wow, okay. And for +1, Caught in the Crossfire deals 2 damage to each non-outlaw creature. Oh, this is nice. This is nice. So, for 4 mana, it deals 2 damage to every creature, basically. This is nice. I like that it's an instant speed. Oh my god. It's gonna be a constructed. It's gonna play in constructed for sure. It's great. Honestly, it's great. And it's definitely main deckable in limited too. I'm just thinking, it's like 3, yeah. I think it's a 3. Alright. Cunning Coyote for 2 mana, 1 and 1 red, 2/2 haste. When it enters the battlefield, another target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains haste until end of turn. And it also has a plot cost. Nice. Honestly, great. Very aggressive to drop. I mean, I probably wouldn't mind playing it as your 2-drop, but I guess ideally you would plot it and then, you know, cast it to full potential. Also synergetic with this enchantment that we've just seen, right? What was it called? Brimstone Roundup. Yeah, this is great. Honestly, this is very good. Very solid. Definitely a 3. Moving on. Deadeye Duelist for 2 mana, 1 and 1 red, human assassin, 1/3 with reach, and an activated ability. For 1 mana and tap, it deals 1 damage to target opponent. Now listen, this looks defensive. Like, what's up, red? This is a defensive card. But, you know, we've seen how 1/3 stats for 2 mana were useful before. So I'm not saying that it's like bad, but where can it be like where can it be useful? I would say, I don't know, because come on, like 1/3, it's not aggressive, right? Maybe it's just a filler to drop. That's what it is. Okay. Don't worry. Okay. So, Demonic Ruckus for 2 mana, 1 and 1 red, enchantment aura. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has menace and trample. When Demonic Ruckus is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you draw a card. You can also plot it for 1 red. Okay. I'm not the biggest fan of this kind of cards. But like I can see how can they be played out. Like this card is probably for Ragdos mostly, maybe for Izzet too, you know, just because of the plot cost. For a very aggro deck, I think it's okay. You know, I would say like it's 2.5, being it's a sort of build around, you know, it's not for every deck, but it's fine. I like that it has a plot cost, to be honest. This makes it better. Discerning Peddler for 2 mana, human warlock 2/2. When it enters the battlefield, you may discard a card. If you do, draw. Okay, it's fine to draw. Yeah, that's for sure. Like plot cost and, you know, also synergetic with other cards. This is nice. I guess, you know, it's fine. I would say like it's okay. It's your basic 2-drop, right? Nothing special, but it's fine. Explosive Derailment for 1 red mana, instant with Spree. True. For +2, Explosive Derailment deals 4 damage to target creature, and for +2, destroy target artifact. Okay. As for now, we haven't seen that many like relevant artifacts in the set. I'm not talking about treasures, of course. So basically, for 3 mana, it deals 2 damage to target creature, and it's an instant speed. So already good. Again, as a spree card, I don't know, this destroy artifact, but okay, I haven't seen it all, so I don't say, I'm not sure. But it's very good. Like, it's definitely 3, because just for 3 mana, instant speed, 4 damage. Hello. Maybe even 3.5, you know? So I'm not sure about this destroy target artifact action. But honestly, it's still like 3.5 because I quite like the fact that for 3 mana you deal 4 damage. That's nice. Okay. Ferocification for 3 mana, 2 and 1 red enchantment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, choose 1. Target creature you control gets +2/+0 until end of turn. And or a target creature you control gains menace and haste until end of turn. Ooh. Okay, this is interesting. This is definitely a build around. I mean, first of all, you have to have some sort of board presence when you cast it, because if you don't have it, like it's just, you know, it's sitting there for 3 mana doing nothing. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like the first option that just bumps an attack like +2/+0, it's not strong enough. Honestly, it's not strong enough. And then menace and haste, this is slightly better. Just for example, okay, so imagine turn 2, you've cast your 2-drop, then you cast this on your turn 3. Okay, let's say you bumped your creature, attacked, something happened, then next turn you can cast your creature with haste. This is like this scenario. Okay, this scenario is nice. Exactly. You have to be very aggressive and you have to have very like aggro start for sure. So, you know, I'm gonna say like it's too, like, really, it is a build around, but I'm not sure that it's worth it still. But at the same time, like, yeah, like Madness and Haste, like, hello, it can be very dangerous though. You know what? Let's say 2.5. Just, yeah, build around. But I'm not the biggest fan of it. Okay, Gila Courser for 3 mana, 2 and 1 red lizard mount, 2/4. Whenever it attacks while saddled, exile the top card of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card. This is amazing. Okay, I like it. The problem is the stats. You know, 4/2 trades with another, like, lane to drop, and you don't want to trade this card usually. Yeah, at least you get to do this once. That's true. But yeah, I would say, okay, let's say 2.5, just because I like it, the ability. I just really don't like the stats, because it's not gonna live long. It's not gonna attack probably more than once. Hellspur Brute for 5 mana, 4 and 1 red. Minotaur Mercenary, 5/4. Affinity for Outlaws. This is nice. Affinity for Outlaws, this is cool. And it has Trample. So this is... okay, it screams Ragnas, right? This is nice, honestly. I mean, even for 5 mana, 5/4 Trample is okay. But the fact that you can cast, like, way cheaper, this is nice. I like it, honestly. In the right deck, I feel like it can be very, very aggressive for sure. Not like it's not 3 still, but it's not bad. Okay, Highway Robbery. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 red sorcery, you may discard a card or sacrifice a land. If you do, draw 2 cards, and it also has a plot cost. Okay, red, you're saying red is my least favorite color. I don't know, I'm actually quite excited about all this plotting. I feel like it's gonna be very, very fun to draft and just to play. Okay, talking about this card. I mean, it's your, like, thrill of possibility, except that you can sacrifice land if you don't need it anymore. It's all right, you know, it's playable, and I feel like this plot cost, well, obviously it's there for a reason. Just making more cards playable and synergetic in general in the set. Okay. Irascible Wolverine. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 red creature Wolverine, 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, exile the top card of your library. Until end of turn, you may play that card, and this creature also has a plot cost. This is nice. I mean, again, so this is probably, yes, where plot comes very useful. I mean, I guess if you, like, mid to late game and you cast it, it's also fine, but it's obviously not your, like, straight up 3-drop. You cast on your turns free only for plot cost. That's clear. Yeah. could be something, but honestly, I feel like it's a filler material. That's true. That's true. That what I was thinking also, like, but I mean, all this plotting is fine, but like, what would you rather do? Like, plot on your turn 2/turn 3, or actually like build a board presence, right? But I mean, we'll see. We'll see. It all depends on the speed of the format, like on the format itself, on the archetypes, how it all will play out, how strong the synergies will be, you know. Well, we'll have to play to see. Iron Fist Pulverizer for 5 mana, 4 and red, Giant Warrior 4/5 with reach. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, Iron Fist Pulverizer deals 2 damage to target opponent and scry 1. Okay, so here comes your payoff for all that plotting. This is not bad, right? Well, this is, yes, the upcoming set, Outlaws of Thunder Junction. It will be standard legal, definitely. And today I'm doing a limited review, like specifically how good these cards are going to be for limited, for draft and sealed. And I'm discussing today commons and uncommons only. So there's going to be a separate stream for rares and mythics. Yes, hello, hello. Honestly, like, this is my like true and honest first impressions. I haven't seen a spoiler before, so while I'm going through cards, I'm reading it, I'm seeing it for the first time ever, and I'm evaluating as well. For now, it's interesting. So I have a feeling that the format probably is not going to be that fast. So I have that impression. And like this plotting stuff, you know, it looks interesting. Oh, Ditox, hello, hello. Thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. So, okay, let's come back to this card. Where were we, let's say? You know what? I feel like it's not bad. It's gonna be quite a solid top end for this plotting shenanigans. This is nice. Like 4/5 reach is also like it's okay, you know, like thanks to its ability it doesn't even have to attack, right? Is it worth a 3 though? Looks a bit slow. But again, you know, I feel like the format is not going to be very fast, though it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell, but just, you know, based on all these synergies. I'm gonna say, like, you know, 2.5, just because, again, it's quite specific. It's not going to be good in every deck. So, yeah. Well, that's true, but you know, you cast this and you resolve something that you plotted before, so here comes. Longhorn Sharpshooter for 3 mana, 2 and 1 red, Minotaur Rogue, 3/3 with reach. When it becomes plotted, it deals 2 damage to any target. Oh, nice. And here the plot cost is actually higher than the actual one. So plot cost is 4. Is it worth it though? I mean, usually you wouldn't want to play 3/3/4/3. Like 3/3/4/3 is like a mauvais ton now. But yeah, probably a filler. At the same time, you know, to any target. Hold on. To any target. But the problem is that you would always want to plot it. Okay, you know what? It looks a little bit slow, but... Oh my god, Hidology Magic. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, hello. Hello, raiders. Oh my god. Oh, thank you for your follow. Yeah, hello, raiders. So today I'm doing limited set review of commons and uncommons of the upcoming set, Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Only from limited perspective, yes. Yes, and there's gonna be a separate stream for rares and mythics. Yeah, so we're halfway there. A bit more than that. Yeah, and if you're interested, I'm gonna upload it on my YouTube channel so we can, you know, have a discussion over there later. But yeah. Okay. So at first I was like, you know, a bit skeptical about this particular card, but then, you know, maybe it's not so bad just because it deals damage to any target. Yeah. As I was saying, like, okay, I started losing it at the beginning of Blue, to be honest, when I said dessert instead of desert. It was quite funny, but yeah, I think I will want to just, you know, stay silent for the rest of the day after this. Yeah. Okay, anyway, thanks again for the raid. Hold on. Yes, and what do you think about the common set? Honestly, as I said, this is my, like, true and honest first impressions. I haven't seen the cards before, so there's that too. Okay, let's move on from this Minotaur. Magebane Lizard. So for 2 mana, 1 and 1 red, have a lizard creature 1/4. Whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, Magebane Lizard deals damage to that player equal to the number of non-creature spells they've cast this turn. Oh wow. Okay, so I think this is the first creature that, you know, interacts with non-creature spell stuff, right? We haven't seen before. And also, like, yeah, of course, shout out to, I'm gonna give a shout out to Nighthawks, of course. Another Raiders. All right. So by the Broken Rares. Ooh. Yeah. I haven't seen that. So yeah, play boosters. Oh, actually, yeah, play boosters experience. I didn't like it, to be honest. But anyway, coming back to that particular card. Like, honestly, okay, first of all, is it a thing? Like, is it a thing, this non-creature spell stuff? Because we've seen it, all will be one, right? It was a thing. I don't think it's gonna be a thing here. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, appreciate it. Yes, and thank you for subscription. Thank you all. Honestly, yeah, it's hard to tell. We haven't seen any of this interaction, so I'm just gonna say 2. I'm not excited about this card. You know, as a 2-drop, Again, it looks very defensive, right? Just for 2 mana, 1/4, and the ability. Oh, I'm not sure that it's gonna resolve. Or if it resolves once, it's not worth it, right? Okay, Mine Raider for 3 mana, 2/1 red, human rogue, 3/2 with trample. When it enters the battlefield, if you control another outlaw, create a treasure token. Okay, so we have this typo, right? Outlaw, typo. Oh man, like, what's the deal with those, like, 3/2, 4/3? You know, it's very situational. I guess it's alright. I'm gonna say, like, 2.5. Probably it's gonna be best in Ragdas. So, that looks borderline filler to me, but I'm gonna give it additional half point for treasure, and you know, but again, you have to have another outlaw. I don't know. So, you know. Exactly. Outlaw's Fury. For 3 mana, 2/1 red, instant, creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. If you control an outlaw, exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. Okay, this is good. You may play that card. This is nice. Okay. It's a very solid combat trick, I would say, but again, situational, and I mean, you really have to build your deck with those outlaws. Which, like, in my mind, I don't think that it's gonna be difficult. Honestly, probably the majority of the set will be outlaws. So, I would say like 2.5. You know, it's a combat trick at the end of the day. But also, like, that gives you some card advantage later on, I think. Yeah. Okay. Prickly Pear. Plant Mercenary. I don't know, this is cracking me out. This is so cute. It's for 3 mana, 2/1 red, 2/2 creature. When it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 red mercenary creature token with, okay, set ability. This is great. Honestly, I love creatures like that. This is 6 straight up 3. It's like 2/1. This is amazing. Just in general, it's good, and just imagine if you have like additional synergy on those tokens, whatnot. It's good. Exactly. Yeah, that's true. You want like 2/1 always. Quick draw for 1 red mana instant. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains first strike until end of turn. Creatures target opponent controls lose first strike and double strike until end of turn. Okay, so this like works as committing a crime too. You know, like +1/+1 first strike even for 1 mana doesn't feel strong enough. Yeah, like the fact that like your opponent's creatures lose a first strike, double strike, like probably irrelevant, to be honest. At the same time, like the rules question: if your opponent doesn't control creatures with first strike and double strike, you still target your opponent, right? So the question is whether committing a crime is going to resolve or not. Anyway, still 2, but if you can commit a crime regardless, there may be like more benefit to it, you know. Quilt Charger for 4 mana, 3/1 red, Porcupine Mount, 4/3, Whenever it attacks while saddled, it gets +1/+2 and gains menace until end of turn and saddle 2. Honestly, this is nice. So you get like 5/5 menace with saddle. Pretty nice. Very aggressive for 4 mana. This is not bad. Honestly, I feel like it's a solid 3. I feel like, yeah, I quite like it. I can see how it can be... How can it be good? One suit on that. Wow. It has a saddle. A Reckless Lackey for 1 red mana, Goblin Pirate, 1/2, first strike, haste, and it has an activated ability for 3 mana, 2 and 1 red, and sacrifice this creature, draw a card, and create a treasure token. Okay. This is interesting. First strike, haste. I mean, as your 1-drop, I guess it's okay. So, but maybe like it's gonna deal like 1 or 2 damage to an opponent if you go first. But it's fine. You know, it's fine. Later on, you just sacrifice it, get your card back, and create a treasure token. So, you know, I guess it's fine. Yeah, there may be something to it. Like, the fact, honestly, if it didn't have this activated ability, it would be just... It would be bad. The fact that it has this makes it slightly better. Also, you can use it to mount. It could be like 2.5. Or just straight up filler. You know what? I'm gonna say like 2.5 just because you get your card back. That's it. Resilient Roadrunner for 2 mana, 1 and 1 red. It's a bird. 2/2. Haste, protection from coyotes. Nice. And it has an activated ability of 3 mana. It can be blocked this turn except by creatures with haste. Chasing the Roadrunner. Yeah, this is nice. Exactly. Okay. This is cool. I mean, very aggressive. It's your like 2-drop with haste. Protection from coyotes, I guess it's a flavored win. Yeah, this is nice. Honestly, this is a good to drop. Yeah, return the favor for double red, instant with spree +1. Copy target instant spell, sorcery spell, activated ability, or triggered ability. You may choose new targets for the copy, and for additional +1 for war +1, change the target of target spell or ability with a single target. Oh my god! Honestly, it feels like these cards never play out well in limited. So for limited, it's just, you know, it's too specific because limited decks, they're heavily creature based, you know. So for it, there is no really justification to play this card, in my opinion. I would say like it's a 2. I don't want to give it to 1. Or actually, you know what? I'm gonna say it's 1. Just because the mana costs 2. You know, it's double red. Honestly, I don't think it's worth it. Not in sideboard. Yeah, it's straight up 1 in limited. Okay, Rodeo, Pyromancers. For 4 mana, 3 and 1 red, human mercenary, 3/4. Whenever you cast your first spell each turn, add double red. Wow. Nice. Honestly, nice. It's another outlaw, by the way. It's mercenary. Yeah, this is cool. There may be something to it, definitely. Also, like, imagine... Okay, here it's not so synergetic with plotting, right? Because you have to cast, like, actual spells. Yeah, this is interesting, definitely. This is interesting. I would say, like, 2.5. Because it's not synergetic with plotting. I guess it's okay. It's nice as is on its own. Yeah. It's not bad. Alright, Scale Storm Summoner. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 red, creature, human warlock, 3/3. Whenever it attacks, create a 3/1 red dinosaur creature token if you control a creature with power 4 or greater. Okay, here comes our Gruul. Gruul ability. This is nice, but only if you control a creature with power 4 or greater. Otherwise, it's just another 3/3/4/3. Like, no, thank you. But honestly, the ability is nice. The ability is nice. I get the design of the card. Imagine if it had a, I don't know, some sort of evasion. It would be kind of broken, right? But it's just a 3/3/4/3. It doesn't have any evasion. Like, how many times, like, realistically, it's gonna attack? Once, twice, maybe, maximum. And you also have to have this condition to make the best of it. Also, a leftover card. Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, we have this 3/1 dinosaur. I mean, yeah, it looks cool, but at the same time, now you start thinking about it, how hard it actually to make it work. So probably not worth it, right? I totally agree. I totally agree. Listen, maybe just if you have like tons of removal, right? So you just kill anything on your way, and also have big creatures at the same time, maybe. But oh man, it's like you really want it to work, but it's probably not gonna work. I really want it to work, but it's not gonna work. Yeah, that's true. Scorching Shot, double red, sorcery, it deals 5 damage to target creature. Okay. This is great. Despite the cost. Double red. It's still good. It's still amazing. Definitely 3. Maybe even higher, honestly. Maybe in 3. Okay, I'm just maybe being too conservative here. Maybe it deserves 3.5 even. It's not a splashable card, of course. It's not split. No. Okay, you know what? Let's go there. It's probably one of the best red removals we've seen so far. Yeah, definitely. Okay, take for a ride. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 red sorcery. Take for a ride has flash as long as you've committed a crime this turn. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature, it gains haste until end of turn. Okay, oh my god, finally. Listen, this is amazing. We have an instant speed Triton, like a good one, a solid one. This is great. This is great. I mean, yeah, you have to commit a crime to make it instant speed, but still. So this is pretty cool. I quite like it. Like in black, we've seen some cards that enable sacrifice. That's true, that's true. This is good with white tapper. This is nice. I think like in Ragdos, or maybe like even in Boris, this is pretty neat. I like it. I like it. Okay. This is an exciting treatment for sure. Thunder Salvo. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 red instant. It deals X damage to target creature where X is 2 plus the number of other spells you've cast this turn. Oh wow. Okay, it's like just basic 2 damage for 2 mana, which is already not bad, right? And it can be even more than that. This is nice. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, it's very good. This also like maybe 3.5. You know, it just as is. It's already good, but it can be better. So. Clit Pamper, thank you for the follow. Hello. Yeah, nice and cheap too. That's true. Okay, I think Anyway. Okay, the last red card is Trick Shot. For 5 mana, 4 and 1 red instant, it deals 6 damage to target creature and 2 damage to up to 1 other target creature token. It's not as good as some of the removal in red that we've seen before, but it's still fine. It's an instant speed. It deals 6 damage, not 5. Usually, like in red, those overcosted removals for 5 mana are sorcery speeds. It's an instant. It's good. I think it's still a 3, and I like that. I like an option of killing just randomly a token. Why not? Okay, we're done with red. Let's move on to green. Okay, and first green card. It's Plant Warlock. Aloha Alchemist, very nice. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 green, 3/2 trample. When it becomes plotted, target creature gets +3/+2 and gains trample at the end of turn. And plot 2. This is nice. Okay, so this is basically okay, it's a sorcery speed pumping spell, right? But still very nice. So you have options. I mean, I would mind just casting as your 2-draw, but maybe later in the game, plotting also makes sense. This is nice. Honestly, this is good. I would say like it's 3.5. Like I like that it has trample. It's good. Okay, next up, Ankle Biter. For 1 green mana, snake, 1/1 does touch. Hildel, thank you so much for your follow. Hello. Well, it's a snake with Death Touch. I would say that it's not gonna be for every deck. I would play it in more like control, grindy type of a deal. So, well, yeah, it's your Death Toucher. It's pretty defensive, but it's all right. It's okay. Why not? Definitely playable. Oops. Ankle Biter, yes. Beast Bond Outcaster. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 green, we have a human druid 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, draw a card. And it also has a plot cost of 2. Okay, so you have to be like in Gruul, I would assume, right? This because Gruul has this synergy on creatures with power 4 or greater. Yeah, definitely. You know what? It's okay. The fact that I know it's situational, it has a condition, but still, if you draw a card, if you have a big creature. So what's it gonna be? Like 2.5, let's say, right? Just because it requires some work. Other than that, it's really not bad, and plot definitely makes it better. Okay, Betrayal at the Vault. For 6 mana, 4 and 2 green, instant. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to each of 2 other target creatures. Okay, so it's like megabyte. Super bite. Well, who's not? Everybody is about card advantage now. Well, specifically in limited. I mean, yeah, sure. It's your removal in green. Exactly. This is nice. I mean, 6 mana and double green may be intimidating, but come on. This is strong. Honestly, this is strong. Alright. Bristlepack Sentry for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green. Plant Wolf. 3/3. Okay, now we're talking. We have finally 3/3 for 2, but it's a defender. Anyway, as long as you control a creature with power 4 or greater, this one can attack as though it didn't have a defender. Listen, I'm not mad at 2 drops with 3/3 stats as a defender. Like, those are very good stats for a defender, and the fact that sometimes later it can also like attack. Why not? It's okay. Probably still a filler though. Hold on, we have to see. We'll have to see, because I'm not sure how many creatures, like how many 3 drops power 4. Because if you cast this and then on your turn 3 you cast a creature with power 4, then it can attack. Then like it's a whole different story. So okay, let's give it 2.5. So all of a sudden it's not so defensive anymore, right? Cactarantula. What is that monstrosity? Oh my god. Plant Spider. So this is scary. So for 6 mana, 4 and double green, you have a creature 6/5, and this spell costs 1 less to cast if you control a desert. Not a desert. Reach, whenever it becomes target of spell of ability an opponent controls, you may draw a card. So when your opponent commits a crime towards Cactarantula, you draw a card. It's not bad, right? It's not bad. Okay. So potentially if you control a desert, it costs 5 mana. It's amazing. For 5 mana, it's amazing. For 5 mana, it's amazing. And even for 6? Like, I like that ability. Honestly, like, sooner or later, your opponent will have to do something about it, right? And you draw a card. I think it's nice. I'm not sure that it's a 3 though. It's definitely like 2.5. It's not a filler. I like it. Again, maybe I'm being too conservative here. I'm gonna say like 2.5. Honestly, I like it. Dance of the Tumbleweeds. For 2 mana, sorcerer with spree. +1. Search your library for a basic land card or a desert card. Put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. Okay, so in LCI, we had caverns. Here we have deserts. And for +3, create an XX green elemental creature token where X is the number of lands you control. Okay, nice. Listen, this is very well designed, I feel like, because both of these modes are relevant at the same time. Right? This is nice. So for 6 mana, like you found your desert, let's say, and you created a big token. Yeah, this is nice. This is a... Yeah, this is good. Both modes are useful, and what makes it good that they're useful at the same time. Trover Grizzly. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 green bear mount. 4/2. Whenever it attacks while saddled, creatures you control gain trample until end of turn. So, same applies to this creature as well. So it's like 4/2 trample if saddled. Again, 4/2. Why? Why? Yeah. Actually, yeah. Okay. Now, yeah, that's a good point. I was just saying, are there any like 3 drops with power 4? Here it comes. You know what? Maybe it's not so bad, actually. If you consider that. I'm not sure. I don't want to give it a 3 though. But we haven't seen that many 3 drops with power 4, right? Okay, you know what? In the right deck, like in the Cruel, if like this matters, it's probably a 3. Other than that, I would say like 2.5. Exactly. Okay. Strider Commando. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 green, Centaur Mercenary. So it enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it if it wasn't cast or no mana was spent to cast. So if it was plotted, basically, right? The base stats are 3/3 and the plot cost is 4. So okay, you don't want another 3/3 4/3, right? So you would want to plot it. And okay, so your turn 5 will get 5/5. So I don't know. I would only play it if I have other synergies with this plotting, you know? Or again, like in blue, maybe it's relevant because it's gonna be 5/5. Again, maybe it's just, 2.5. Okay, full steam ahead. For 5 mana, 3 and double green sorcery. Until end of turn, each creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains trample. And this creature can be blocked by more than one creature. Okay. This is nice. This is like overrun for real. This is great. I love it. This is amazing. And only 5 mana, like, hello, sign me up. It's great. Yeah. The giant beaver for 4 mana, 3 and 1 green beaver mount. For 4 vigilance. Whenever giant beaver attacks while saddled, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature that's saddled this turn and saddles 3. This is great. I love it. This is very solid. Again, creature with power 4, vigilance. This is nice. It's like 3 or higher. Problem is that you cannot really saddle it with your 2-draw, but you know what? It's fine. Exactly, it's great. Even from that, could it be like 3.5? I think it can snowball pretty fast. My only concern that the initial saddle cost is quite up. Gold Rush for 2 mana, 1 and 1 green instant. Create a treasure token. Until end of turn, up to 1 target creature gets +2/+2 for each treasure you control. Okay, so here's our sort of payoff for treasures. Because I was saying, like, we've seen a lot of like treasure generating spells and we haven't seen any of the payoffs, so this is a sort of payoff to that. But even if you have only 1 treasure token, honestly, it's great. It's an amazing combat trick. Like, it stabilizes you. Treasures are always useful. I mean, I really like it. I kind of want to give it 3. Blasphemy. I always give the combat tricks maximum 2.5, but I like it. I feel like it's a very efficient combat trick, and yeah. It's okay, you know, just +2/+2 is alright. Like, it's your combat trick, you know, you have to be smart about playing them out, but I really like that you create a treasure token here. Hard Bristle Band-Aid. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 green, plant rogue, 1/1. Add 1 mana of any color, so it's a mana dork. This is nice. Mana stabilization as well. Whenever you commit a crime, untap this creature. This ability triggers only once each turn. Amazing. This is an amazing mana dork. It's very nice. It's incredible. This is a 4. Could it be a 4? Also, it's an outlaw itself. Honestly, I really like it. Still cool, still amazing, and 1 mana of any color. No, it's 1/1. You don't care. It's just, you know, you just ramp out. Could it be a 4? It's definitely 3.5. Okay. Intrepid Stablemeister. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 green, Human Scout, 2/2 with reach and 2 activated abilities. 4 tap, add 1 green mana, and or 4 tap, add 2 mana of any one color. Spend this mana only to cast mount or vehicle spells. Okay, this is nice. This is really good. I mean, in any deck, and of course, particularly in this archetype on mount and saddle. It's really nice. It's definitely a 3, honestly. This is very solid to drop on its own. Maybe like 3.5. 3.5. Just imagine, like, if you are in that archetype, it's amazing. Fast can you ramp up, right? It's nice. It'll be like 3.5. I really like it. All right, next up. Map the Frontier. For 4 mana, 3 and 1 green sorcery. Search your library for up to 2 basic land cards and or desert cards. Put them onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Nice. Listen, this is pretty neat that you put all of the lands on the battlefield, right? I feel like it's strong, you know, in a certain archetype, I would assume. Like, we've seen those hints, like desert interaction, right? I think it's good. It's pretty strong. And also, like, maybe, again, as always, I'm looking for that hidden multicolored archetype. Maybe that's it. Outcaster Green Blade. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 green. Human Mercenary, 1/2. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for a basic land card or a desert card. Reveal it. Put it into your hand. Then shuffle. Outcaster Green Blade gets +1/+1 for each desert you control. Okay, so here is the payoff. Right? Nice. Interesting. I mean, I guess it's not for every deck, but it's a nice payoff for that archetype. Just, let's say, like, just, you know, 2.5, why not? Yeah, stabilized you, and yeah. But you know what, even if you don't have this interaction, for 3 mana, just to maybe search basic land cards is always useful. Maybe even 3. Listen, green is nice. Okay, Patient Naturalist. For 3 mana, 2 Sword Forests. Okay, starting over. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 green, a Human Scout, 2/3. When it enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards. Put a land card from among the milled cards into your hand. If you can't, create a treasure token. Okay, here comes self-mill. I think in the right archetype you would want to play it. Honestly, maybe quite universal too, now that I think of it. So, like... Okay, I'm gonna give it a 3. It's a good one. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, maybe even higher. Rambling Possum. Okay, this one I've seen in the previews. For 3 mana, 2 and 1 green. Possum Mount, 3/3. Whenever it attacks while saddled, it gets +1/+2 until end of turn. Then you may return any number of creatures that saddle it this turn to their owner's hand, and saddle is only 1. This is awesome. This is nice. What's like 4/5 in attack? It's good. Yeah, again, power 4. Then you can blink something if you need to, and if you don't need to, then you don't, right? It's fine. I like that the saddle cost is so cheap. It looks very solid to me. This is like a 3 or 3. Honestly, I think it's like 3.5 just because the saddle cost is so cheap. And pretty aggressive, right? Looks very aggressive. Yeah, exactly. Raucous Entertainer. Plant Bard. It can't get any better. For 2 mana, 1 and green, 2/2. With an activated ability of 1 and tap, put +1/+1 counter on each creature you control that entered the battlefield this turn. Nice. Making it 4 for being possum. Yeah, for extra cuteness. This is great. I love it. It's straight up 3. Could be even higher. Like, imagine you guess on your turn 2. Let's say you you attacked and then you just continue putting counters. Sort of mana sinker. It requires 1 mana though, right? Okay, let's give it a conservative 3, but honestly, it's good. Alright, Reach for the Sky. For 4 mana, 3 and 1 green enchantment aura with flash. Enchanted creature gets +3/+2 and has Reach. When this enchantment is put into graveyard from the battlefield, draw a card. So basically your combat trick, except for like you get your card back eventually, which is nice. I'm not the biggest fan of those tricks, let's say. Yeah, good thing that like this aura stays on your creature, right? If it survived. If not, you just get your card back, which is also not bad. But it's expensive. You know what? I would say like yeah, it's a 2, I guess, you know, just because it's 4 mana. It is kind of playable. I agree. I mean, but honestly, almost all of the cards are playable. It's just it all depends on your deck. Rise of the Varmints. For 4 mana, 3 and 1 green sorcery, create X/2/1 green varmint creature tokens, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard, and this card has also a plot cost. Wow. This could be absolutely insane. Okay, so this got me really excited about this self-mill graveyard interaction. Man, this could be something. Like the plot cost makes it super playable, and you know, it's your finisher in this, I guess, Golgari archetype. This is very good. But yeah, it's very specific though. Yeah, I agree. I really like it though. Like, imagine in the right deck. So okay, it's definitely a 3, but it's quite specific. I agree with you. Like in the right deck, it's gonna be amazing. In the right deck, this is sick. That's it. Wins you a game. Okay, let's say like 3.5. You know what? I'm just starting off quite conservatively, just because again we don't see which archetypes are gonna shine the most, right? It's gonna be the easiest to draft. What's gonna be like most synergetic? But there is definitely potential. Yeah. Right, Snakeskin Veil. Oh, yeah, like it's hello from Kaldheim. Snakeskin Veil. Okay, I remember when at first in Kaldheim nobody was playing that, but then like people got it. Like Snakeskin Veil is amazing. Yeah, it's very good. 2.5. I don't know. I want to give it a 3. You know what? You know what? It's a 3. It's so efficient. It's crazy how efficient it is. Let's say it's a 3. Okay. But I may be biased just because I love Snakeskin Whale. Okay, Spine Boots Armadillo. 4/6 mana, 4 and double green. Creature 7/7 with reach and ward 3. And an activated ability of 2. 1 and green. Discard this Armadillo. Search your library for a basic land card or a desert card. Reveal it. Put it into your hand. Then shuffle and you gain 3 life. This is great. This is great. I love cards like this. This is awesome, honestly. So, all right. I'm looking forward to this multicolored archetype. It's gonna be quite a high pick, to be honest. I feel like it's definitely. I think it's like 3.5, to be honest. Like, just overall, for 6 mana, you get a 7/7 body with reach and ward. Like, hello. And if not, it stabilizes you, it gains you life. Amazing. What? No, it's like channeling, yeah, of course. Yeah. You discard it from your hand. You cannot discard it from the battlefield. Can you? Okay. Spine Boots Paladin. For 5 mana, 4 and 1 green. Have creature 5/4 with trample. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life. Okay. Already, you know, like check. Very solid. And it also has a plot cost. Nice. This is great. This is very solid. I like it. So this is very nice. I would want to say top end, but like honestly, like mid game, great. Life gain. This means that it's gonna be hard to raise. Like this creature wins you damage raise for sure. This is great. It's very solid. Yeah, this is the kind of 5 drop that we all deserved. Okay. Okay, we're almost done with green. Stubborn Borrow Fiend. For 2 mana, 1 in green. Badger Beast Mount. 2/2. Whenever it becomes saddled for the first time each turn, mill 2 cards. Then this creature gets +6/+X until end of turn, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Okay, so listen, I feel like it's gonna work. This self-mill graveyard interaction is definitely gonna work. So just pick up those guys. I know they're in comments, but this is good. It's very good. Like this is definitely 3, maybe like 3.5 in the right deck. It's very solid. I like that. It also like your mill enabler. Could Maybe like 3.5. Very nice. Okay. Throw from the saddle. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 green sorcery. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Put a +1/+1 counter on it instead if it's a mount. Then it deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. Okay, so amazing. Bite. This is great. This is honestly like 3.5 if not 4. Like, it's one of the best green removals. Trash the town. For 1 green mana, instant with spree, +2, you put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. +1, target creature gains trample until end of turn, and +1 until end of turn, target creature gains whenever the creature deals combat damage to player, draw 2 cards. Wow. Alright, listen, again, all of the modes are relevant at the same time, I feel like. So, total for 5 mana. This is great. This reminds me of that Zendikar spell with kicker. Honestly, this is great. This is really good. Trash the town. Let's go. Tumbleweed Rising. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 green. Sorcery. Create an X6 green elemental creature token where X is the greatest power among creatures you control, and it also has a plot cost. Yeah, totally agree. Alright. Sorcery speed. Has a plot. Yeah, again, plot definitely makes it better, but still, like, you know, I don't think that is good. Just because you have to have this board presence, right? At the same time, it's like it's no creature spell, but it's a green spell, right? And this maybe like if you can build something around that, then it's relevant. But other than that, yeah, that's true. That's true. It's not great. Oh, great. And last green card is Voracious Apartment. For 2 mana, 1 and 1 green, have a creature 2/2 with vigilance and an activate ability for 1 mana and sacrifice it, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Wow, this is nice. So okay, I don't think that the ability is gonna be that relevant in limited, but come on, like it's your 2-drop that attacks and blocks basically at the same time thanks to vigilance. This is nice. I like it. You know what? I'm gonna give it a 3 just because it has vigilance. That's it. It's a solid 2-drop. Okay. And yeah, speaking of the previous cards, exactly my thoughts exactly. Like, imagine you get removal in response. Okay. What's left? Let's see. Other cards, artifacts. Here comes. So maybe we will see some relevant targets for artifact hate. Anyway, Bandit's Hall. For 3 mana, whenever you commit a crime, put a loot counter on Bandit's Hall. This ability triggers only once each turn. And for tap, add 1 mana of any color, so it's your mana rock. And for 2 and tap, remove 2 loot counters from Bandit's Hall. Draw a card. Okay, I'm gonna give it a 2. Listen, it's your standard mana rock, right? That's gonna be like once in a while draw you some cards. Kind of slow, but maybe it's gonna be fine in some decks. Yeah, it's just by the looks of it, it's not great. Boombox. For 2 mana, you pay 6 mana and tap this artifact and sacrifice it. Destroy up to 1 target artifact, up to 1 target creature, and up to 1 target land. Whoa, that's a definitely boombox. Again, it's okay, but sort of like a delayed removal, right? Quite overcosted. So I wouldn't play it unless like I don't have any removal. Or maybe, you know, Instilled maybe not so bad. Gold Pen. For 2 mana, when it enters the battlefield, create a treasure token. Actually, yeah, it's an equipment. I'm sorry, I didn't mention it. So it's an artifact equipment. For 2 mana, it enters the battlefield, creates treasure token. Equipped cost is 1, and equipped creature gets +1/+1. Listen, I think it's okay. I mean, I wish the cost was like 1 mana. If it was 1 mana, it would be great. But like this, yeah, even though the equip cost is cheap, it's just +1/+1. Right. Levaspor Boots. For 1 mana, artifact equipment. Okay, so equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has haste and ward 1. Okay. Boots, hello. Equip cost is 1. This is nice. Honestly, this is nice. Boots are fine. Like, in Necro deck, you would probably want to play those. Not great, but but okay. Luxurious Locomotive. For 5 mana, artifact vehicle, 6/5. Whenever it attacks, create a treasure token for each creature that crewed it this turn. Crew 1, activate only once each turn. Like, hello. Choo choo. This is not bad. This is really not bad. Like, honestly, crew cost only 1. This is nice. It's really good. So very solid, honestly. Yeah. A mobile homestead. Mobile homestead has haste as long as you control a mount. Oh, by the way, it's another vehicle, sorry. 2 mana, 3/3, and crew 2. So it has haste as long as you control a mount. So imagine you control a mount and you crew with it. So when it attacks, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you might put it in onto the battlefield tab. Wow, nice, nice. Okay. I mean, this is pretty solid, right? It's like, it's definitely out there. I mean, it says 3/2. So the vehicles are not bad. Well, I guess they. So yeah, there was a question, why do you activate it only once? Coming back to Luxurious Locomotive. Oh yeah, you can, yeah, usually you can like crew whatever. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Okay. Oasis Gardener for 3 mana. Artifact creature 2/2. When enters the battlefield, you gain 2 life, and it adds 1 mana of any color. I would say it's also like a filler level to me. I mean, it's playable still, but I guess if you like really need it. Red Rock Sentinel. For 3 mana, creature golem, 2/4 defender, with activated abilities for 2 mana, tap and sacrifice a land, draw a card, and create a treasure token. This is interesting, yeah, I agree, but probably also like a filler level. Silver Deputy. For 2 mana, artifact creature mercenary, so it's an outlaw. 1/2. When it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card or a desert card, reveal it, then shuffle and put it on top. Okay. And for tap, target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. And you activate it only as a sorcery. Listen, I like it. So it was like campus, what was it, in Strixhaven, sort of stabilization, but you put a land on top. Yeah, still, I mean, yeah, campus guide, exactly. It's a campus guide, but reversed. Okay, Sterling Hound for 3 mana. Artifact creature dog 3/2. When it enters the battlefield, surveil 2. Okay, so listen, surveil. Maybe relevant. I don't like the stats. I like the stats, and the only synergy is that with the graveyard. Honestly, this looks like a filler, another filler. Tomb Trawler for 2 mana, creature golem 0/4. Activate ability for 2 mana. Oh my god, sorry. Yeah. So for 2 mana, you put target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. Okay, so this prevents you from decking. Yeah. No. Even one. I mean, if you're lacking 2 drops, it's fine, you know? If you're lacking 2 drops, if you're playing this grindy or / control deck, maybe 1, but you know, just based on stats. But it's not, yeah, it's somewhere there, that's for sure. All right, listen, we're done with colorless. Whoop whoop. So the lands. Hey, we're almost there. Okay, so I guess we'll have this lands in all color combinations, right? Well, not all. Okay, so all of them, they enter the battlefield tapped, and they deal 1 damage to target opponent. Yeah, they trigger crime. Yeah, by the way, this is nice. Well, the lands. I mean, I'm gonna say 3, of course, because it's civilization. Also, like the fact that they do trigger this committing a crime. Amazing. Okay. Hold on, this other one. What do you think? And by the way, aren't they deserts? Yes, they're deserts. Okay. Next one, Arid Archway. So it enters the battlefield tapped. When it enters the battlefield, return a land you control to its owner's hand. If another desert was returned this way, surveil 1. And it gives 2 colorless mana. Okay. So this is obligatory. You have to return a land. I mean, 2.5, I would say. Like, you know, you're probably gonna play them only in a specific deck. Yeah. It's quite specific. I'm gonna say like still like 2.5 just because, you know, there may be something to this archetype. Okay. Okay, here comes our normal, let's say, dual deserts. Gruul. Why they're not together? Sorry. Anyway, here we have Conduit Pylons. It's another desert. When it enters the battlefield, you surveil. It gives 1 colorless mana, and for 1 and tap, you add 1 mana of any color. I guess. Yeah. It's a 2. Yeah, well, exactly. If you have a desert payoff, I put 2 because you can actually play it regardless if you really need that mana fixing. But yeah, it's okay. We have this Selesnya, is it? Golgariland, Orzhov, Ragdos, Azorius, Simic. Next one is Mirage Mesa. It's a desert. When it enters the battlefield, it enters the battlefield tapped, and as it enters, you choose a color. Again, add 1 mana of 1 of the chosen color. Those are fine in limited, you know. Mirage Mesa. Those are fine if you need that fixing. Well, I'm hydrating here. I have a water, but yeah, feel pretty tired. Okay, Sandstorm Verge. It's a desert. It gives 1 colorless mana, and for 3 and tap, target creature can block this turn. Nice. Honestly, this can be useful. I know it's kind of expensive, but again, I'm gonna give it 2.5 just to, you know, keep in mind that there is maybe this archetype on deserts. Okay. And yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there, people. Okay, Dimmerland, and the last one is Bucolic Range. So it's another desert. It gives 1 colorless for tap. You can add 1 mana of any color, but you can spend this mana only to cast a mount spell. And for 3 and tap, look at the top card of your library. If it's a mount card, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you don't put it in your hand, you may put it on the bottom of your library. Wow, this is nice. Like, imagine if you drafted like exclusively these mount creatures, or at least, or if you have like a count of at least 8, I would say. It's nice. I feel like there is something to it. Okay. So, that's it, I guess. It's a wrap. I can't believe it. Oh my god. Those limited reviews are always long, of course, because I go through every single card. But yeah. Thank you all so much for joining me today, for watching. Hope it was useful. So I'm gonna upload this vote on my YouTube channel as well. It's at Mr. and Mrs. Spike. So subscribe if you haven't already, and if you enjoyed today's stream. Please give me a follow as well if you haven't already. And next time I'm gonna make same sort of videos, same review, but of mythics and rares of the upcoming set, Outlaws of Thunder Junction. So stay tuned for that. I'm gonna keep the updates of my next schedule on my Twitter, so follow me there too, please, if you'd like. And yeah, have a nice one. Let's raid somebody. Thank you all. Thank you. All right. Oh, let's go to Philippa. Haven't seen her in ages. Let's go. Hi to Philippa. She's drafting. Or just this Scarlet Mater. Okay, let's go. Bye bye.